and Hangout. We have about 4.5 minutes here of interlude music before we start, so let's have at her.
Okay.
I will do this. I will do this until I die. I'm not the reassuring lie. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing. There is nothing wrong with your internet. Do. Not attempt to adjust your monitor. Remain seated. Remain attentive. This proceeding is now in session. Transmission. We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. The record will reflect full compliance. The red pill nation rises with measured breath, script in hand, ink like depth, line by line, the weight increased. Words don't end, they multiply beneath. I will do this. I will do this until I die. I'm not the reassuring lie. We can change the focus. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. But clarity cuts, and the blur conceals. The blur conceals.
Might want to leave the door open unless you
Then
want to
neither stops what the text reveals. We shaped the sound. We name the name. The voice obeys until it will. For the next few hours. For the next few hours. Sit quietly. The broadcast will continue. Unbroken. The broadcast will continue. The broadcast. The broadcast will continue unbroken. Stretch beyond the spine. Margins whisper out of line. Pause once, then twice, then more. To something that is listening back. There is nothing wrong. We are controlling transmission. Until I die. I will do this. I will do this until I die. I will do this until I die. I'm not the reassuring lie. Do. There's nothing, no. There is nothing wrong. No. We are controlling transmission. We are.
Hey, everybody. Hello. So in a second.
Hi, this is Naroki5. I am going to be doing this until I die or I find something better to do. So please help me achieve this personal and, I think, noble objective by contributing to my Patreon or Subscribestar. Link is down below.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Red Pill Nation. Yep, still crazy after all these years. Welcome to Red Pill Nation number 492. Bit of a change in format. If you weren't around for the last episode, I'm only downloading like 2 or 3 specific photos, and I kind of rotate between them on the topics. And yes, there is a musical interlude between each of the topics now, so everybody has a chance to go take a bathroom break or whatever, or we can secretly gossip about each other behind each other's backs. Whatever floats your boat. I am the Rookie 5. With me tonight are Roger and Robert Hanson, and of course V. So we'll start out with Robert, since Roger has still not unmuted himself.
I'm here. I'm just not unmuted.
Okay. So we've got Robert.
He's not
Hanson.
a derelict. He's producing right now. He's not a derelict. Don't give him a hard time.
Okay, well, that was V, folks. V, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, no, it's me, V. You guys know me. I'll leave it at that.
We do? Who are you? And of course, we've got Roger's brother, Robert, who he was anything like Roger.
Oh, you guys will soon find out. Next V and Roger. Anything's possible and exciting that can happen.
Well, welcome
you just
aboard.
gotta have a sense of humor.
Oh, we have that in spades here. Just remember the motto of the Red Pill Nation Hangout. We have one standard, that is no standard.
You don't even know what you're getting into, dude.
Yeah, I don't even know. And I will proudly not monetized on YouTube, will probably never be monetized on YouTube. Although I found out very recently that literally every show that I have posted up of the Red Pill Nation Hangout on YouTube has come with a warning saying that if I attempted to get my stuff monetized, there might be a problem. Like literally every single show. And I have you guys to thank for that, and of course myself. I really don't give a damn about YouTube, but I am on YouTube. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I am in order of size of following: Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, MGTOW TV, YouTube, Radeon, and of course there's also Kick and Twitch. I'm also, although I'm going to see if I'm going to possibly simulcast on Facebook here at some point. I have to talk to Roger about that. I am currently at Facebook, Minds, Gab, MeWe, and Getter on social media. That's about it for now. I've done the introductions. Let me just get solidly into the topics here. Topic number 1. DoorDash girl Olivia Henderson. This one I might go on for a while on. Wow. Holy moly. I've got some videos with her too. Of the non-adult kind, Roger. To Alberta Judge blocked confirmation of all signatures on the Alberta Independence Petition. James Comey indicted over the 8647 photo. Topic number 4, Hanta Virus outbreak on cruise ship causes quarantine. Topic number 5, massive layoffs happening at Daily Wire. That one might be kind of interesting. And topic number 6, it's confirmed the Odyssey has race swapping, inappropriate music, and a possible gender swap of Achilles. And you would not believe the videos that I found for that one. It's such a shame that V won't be around to see them.
Well, are you sure this isn't a judge or someone mocking it up?
Sorry?
Is it true or someone, what you call it? AI it?
Yeah, they're AI videos, but they're funny as hell. I don't have an issue with AI.
Well, yeah, why I say that for is because you do got to watch out, because some of that gets so far fetched that people that don't not know it's AI might actually believe it.
Oh, I think it won't. I think the
Uh,
AI stuff really won't fool
well, no,
anybody.
there's people out there actually thought that they were talking to real women and hooking up dates with them.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case with this one.
Well, you never know with people.
Yeah, well, if they're that, hopefully, if they're that stupid, they're not. Well,
Well,
maybe it's good they're listening to the show, but they're too stupid to figure that out. Then that's on them. That's not on me.
Be careful, Robert's referring to himself in a third person.
Got
I'm
it.
referring to because you hear with this.
He dated an AI chick for freaking 6 months before he figured out it was a fake chick. So
Oops.
talk,
Anyway,
talk about
eh,
a mess up. Like,
He burped louder than I did.
all right. So, without any, there's no actual site news. So we will just get
Oh, there's some
right.
news.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
there is no other site news except for that. So we will get into the first topic, which is, of course, hold on a second here. And I've got a whole bunch of stuff around it here. Just got to find it. Oh yeah, the DoorDash girl. Okay. I'm going to run through a series of videos here. She's been indicted. I don't know what the length of the trial is going to be, but we're going to run through all of them, and you can understand exactly what the hell was going on with her. We actually covered her a few months back. Yeah, this is actually quite big, but this is the original video here. The hell? Let's try that again.
Do I need Wi-Fi glass?
Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, all right. So yeah, don't know
What
what
is
it
it?
is about that. That is Amanda at the door, and she opens the door and she finds the guy lying on his couch, passed out, drunk with his junk out. What ends up happening here, and what ends up happening is that she actually recorded this, put it up on TikTok, and then tried to claim that she was sexually assaulted, and she got fired. Here's video number 2 to explain all this. So here we go. She got
Just
fired.
me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job, and that was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
Olivia Henderson, aka DoorDash Girl, was just arrested and charged with 2 felony counts. And honestly, I'm not surprised. You can't take a video of a man naked in his own home, post it online, profit off of those videos, and even leak that man's personal information, his name, his address, and expect nothing to happen. She was apparently arrested on October 10th and charged with these 2 charges: 1 count of dissemination of surveillance image and 1 count of unlawful surveillance. Dissemination of surveillance image means spreading or publishing images obtained through unlawful surveillance. This involves recording someone in a private place and intending to harm, harass, or intimidate the person in the image. Unlawful surveillance means the person being watched is not aware and has not agreed to the surveillance, and it occurs in a place where the person has a reasonable expectation of privacy,
All
such
right,
as
and then she got indicted. I got 2 videos here, about just a little over 4 minutes on both of them, and I got one more at the end to kind of demonstrate how prevalent this particular issue is. So this is from a guy named Jeffrey. So here we go.
Hey, y'all remember the DoorDash girl? Let me remind you. Roll it.
I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver.
Except you weren't SA'd. Yeah, no, you were on the job, supposed to just dash some food to somebody's door and be on about your business, but you decided to push that door open, gaze inside. You saw meat laying there, and you said, I feel so victimized. I'm going to take out my phone, record this, and post this all over the interwebs so people can have sympathy for me because I had to gaze at this man's meat stick. You didn't have to do any of that. And what's interesting is, not only were you not SA'd, and nothing wrong happened to you, but you got fired, which is awesome. Also, you just got charged with 2 crimes. Yeah. You know, you're not supposed to take pictures of people and then like post them on the internet when they're inside their house naked. It's weird. Doesn't make any sense. Destroys your narrative of being a victim. Oh, also, because of the Summer of Sam law, you may have to forego all of your earnings that you've been able to monetize on TikTok, documenting your crimes. Oh no.
Breaking news in the DoorDash girl case, she has officially been indicted. Olivia Henderson, famous for
Yeah, I heard
recording
of
a
this
young
on the
man
news
in his
one
home
time.
naked,
How
has
come
been
everybody
indicted on
don't see it
2
but me?
felony charges. The case was
No,
presented
this
to a
is
grand
another
jury
time.
and they have
This,
returned a true bill. You are hearing it first. I don't believe anybody else has reported this, so let's discuss. My name is Stephanie. I'm a criminal defense attorney, specifically a public defender, and I have been your #1 source for DoorDash girl information since the beginning. So let's talk about it. Olivia's court date will be on April 20th, 2026, in front of Armen Nazarian, who is a county court judge, part 2, for an arraignment on her first appearance. Now, basically, this will be an arraignment. She's now been indicted on 2 felony charges, which means that they presented the case to a grand jury, and the grand jury found that there was enough evidence to believe that she committed a felony, and they returned a true bill. Now, the victim in this case did testify in the grand jury. That was last week. That happened last week. And then they have scheduled it for arraignment. This is what she has been indicted on. We have the E felony of a dissemination of a surveillance image in the first degree. And then we have unlawful surveillance in the second degree, which is an E felony. Okay, so we have 2, I'm sorry, I think I said D felony in the first one, but both are E level felonies. Okay, so this means that she could get prison time. This also means that she could get probation. All right, so we have 2 E level felonies right now. And then this is the basic information if you want to know anything else about what's going on. The incident date obviously is October 12th. The arrest date is November 10th. She is still being represented by the public defender's office. The court date is obviously still down there. But what is good about this, and what I am particularly happy about, not happy about, but like, this is the find out stage of the fuck around, right? And there was a lot of social media creators on here, I would say, and a lot of people here that were saying that she didn't do anything wrong, there was no issue here. Well, a grand jury disagrees with you. And a grand jury found that there was reason to believe that a felony occurred and that Olivia Henderson committed that felony. So, what did we learn? What did we learn? You cannot film somebody naked in their house. Can't do it. Even if the door's open, which we don't even know if it was. But you can't film somebody naked in their house. Okay? Just can't do it. And then you can't post it on the internet. Can't post it on the internet. So, you heard it first here. She has been indicted. Her court date for the arraignment is 4/20. And there you go. Let me know if you have any comments or questions, and let me know in the comments if you're happy about this or not. So have a good day, and I hope this brought you some joy. Bye.
Okay, and now I've got one here. This is really interesting. It kind of puts a little bit more into context because there's a bigger issue being involved here. Put this one up for you. It'll demonstrate how prevalent this particular issue is.
Sorry, I dropped my earring. Hello. Hiya. Oh my god, sorry, I dropped my earring.
That's alright, no problem.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
The code is 622.
622, yeah?
Yeah.
Smashing, thank you very much.
Lovely,
And
thank
that's another
you.
drink as well.
Where's that gone?
Sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
This is absolutely disgusting. I mean, can you imagine ordering food just so you can set up your camera to film exposing yourself to the delivery man, not once, but twice? Also, you can say that men are disgusting? Seriously? This is sexual harassment. It has to be illegal. And can you imagine if a man did something like this and posted it online? He would go right to jail. But you know what the most embarrassing part of this is for you? The look on that man's face. All it says is, I'm disgusted by you, as are all of us. And I really hope that he sees this and he sues your ass.
Yeah, so this is what happened with the DoorDash girl.
Before you
here.
start that, sir, before you start that, I have an emergency and I have to go, so I'll be back when I can.
All right. Well, then we'll just go Robert and then Roger on the conversation here. So before I get into a whole lot of detail about this particular issue, this is what this woman did, Olivia Henderson. It's been going on in multiple places, in multiple words. Joey Swall. What is that sound?
Well, here's the thing: where when this situation pops up more and more and more, the right people needs to have an open mind about watching out how they phrase things on both sides. Saying the guy did this or the woman, without actual like you got on here, actual pictures, the video, okay. The person's personality shows her how she reacts to it. How if you don't go along with whatever she has mind, I guarantee she probably has something with that guy, and he probably didn't agree with whatever it was, and she decided to wait until her time. And it's a two-way street. And I was wondering, when they did all this, did a thing of what you call it, medical thing, where if you got a medical problem, mental, or she was tested for drugs.
Yep. Okay. That's possible. Anyway, I probably should have brought you up under the format. Each person gets kind of like a round to speak in. We don't usually interrupt each other unless it's necessary. Sorry, Robert. I should have let you know right at the very beginning. Yeah. So, but you made a good point. The guy who did this was drunk as hell. He probably ordered drunk and passed out. What Olivia Henderson did, and it's typically because Joey Swall, the video I showed you at the end, Joey Swall is noted for going around and exposing like gym thoughts that go into gyms, wear really, really tight clothes, and then basically creep out or expose any guy that looks. And of course, most guys are gonna look, right? And it's like, and he exposes them, and it's there have been some very he's had women there have been women that have actually been criminally charged because Joey Swall has exposed them in the gym. But I mean, this is something that happens a lot. You get women who will dress provocatively and then will walk down the street, and if you look, they will expose you as a creep or a predator just for looking, just for the clicks. And this has been going on for a while. This is a part of the reason why a lot of gyms now don't allow you to bring cameras and don't allow you to record your workouts and that type of thing, because too many incidents like this have happened. The only issue with this one is that, I mean, Olivia Henderson went over the line on this one, and then she basically, and here's the part that really, she basically tried to expose this guy as a predator when in fact he probably had just drank too much and passed out on the couch. Don't know why he had his pants down though. Suspect that there might be a drinking problem there, but here's the thing. I mean, she basically tried to ruin this guy's life. And then on top of it all, what she did is that she put this guy on blast. And, it's not, and she basically did this to an innocent guy. And here's the issue. There's actually a lot of people out there that are, even though it's very, very clear that she is guilty as sin, there's actually a lot of people out there that are actually defending what she did, in spite of and we're seeing a lot of this with Amber Heard and whatever. This is getting, well, I cover this more on the Naroki 5 live stream more than I do here. It's issues like this, and it's women that act like this, right? Now, first of all, like, I mean, she's a walking, living, breathing example of the MGTOW statement that any interaction with a woman effectively hands her a metaphorical gun that she can choose to use on you at any point, right? And like what really made this particular case egregious is that in this case the guy didn't even interact with her. He got drunk and he passed out on the couch, and she invaded his space and put him on blast. And I will point this out, a few years ago, this stuff might not have been called out. There would have been a lot more people running to her defense. And this is an issue, again, not usually happen with girls with DoorDash, but I mean, this is something, and again, like say, Joey Swall covers this issue quite a bit, that pull this crap off in the gym. Like I've seen a video done by Joey Swall where a girl's working out and there's a guy literally on the opposite end of the gym who just happens to be looking in her direction, and she accuses him of stalking. There's also been, and I've actually covered this, I don't know if Roger was on when I covered, there's this one time where this guy was blind and was wearing sunglasses, and this woman just basically said, "Stop staring at me." And it's like, I'm blind, I can't stare at anybody. And she was so fucking stupid that she kept doubling down on it. And that's the caliber. I don't want to say it was the caliber of all the women these days, but it's like, this is really starting to get out of hand, right? And and they keep wondering why, in particular, the MGTOW faction of the manosphere is growing at a massively incremental rate at this point, and then why the manosphere in general is growing at a massively incremental rate. Well, it's because of women like this. Here's the thing: I watched a couple of YouTube videos on her. She doesn't have a criminal record, so she's not likely to get jail time over this. The issue is, though, is that, this is another log on the fire, right? She's probably gonna get a slap on the wrist. And it's not, she herself is going to face consequences, but not, and accountability, but she's not going to face as much as she probably deserves to be facing. And ultimately, I think what's gonna go on here is that, again, right, like, because she's not gonna face a lot of, she's probably not gonna get 8 years in prison, but it's like, this happens way too often. This happens to the point where Joey Swole is like saying stuff like this should be, I mean, you saw that last video, right? Like, that girl in that last video, she was effectively committing indecent exposure. And like the guy's look when she bent over and flashed her, I don't know, maybe she was not wearing any underwear or not, but flashing that right in his face, like the guy looked absolutely disgusted. And like, you're seeing stuff like this more and more often, and it's like, yeah, like, no wonder guys are like not particularly keen on having any more interactions with women and are backing away from women. I mean, just it's stuff like this. Anyway, with that in mind, Robert, you're now. We'll do me, Robert, and then Roger. So, Robert, now's your time.
Okay, thank you. Well, my point of it is this is why I always say get to know the person. When male and females get together, sooner or later, them words come floating up to the surface about marriage. You need to know 4 things: sense of humor they got, their boundaries, how more or less how okay, like when it comes to their jobs, the like this woman here, okay? How I'm pretty sure find out about her past, okay? Because I'm pretty sure she did this as a kid as well.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay?
funny. You took
As an
right out of
adult
my mouth.
and through the her job, they had some difficulty too because they were willing to way too fast to fire her. There was other circumstances there as well. And I guarantee the place probably lost a lot of male models and people that was taking photographs. Because if a person gets to that point where you taking a photograph of a complete stranger, more or less, if you're going into someone's home and taking the picture when they're passed out on their couch, not in your home. And I always heard too that when you can't record anything, well, there's a state that you're allowed to record a video, like when cops when you're, but that there, and well, and the thing of it is, no, what she did is she could have got a lot worse. She could have laid next to the guy, made it out like it was far worse than what it was. Okay, you stop to think about it. How hard would it take you to give yourself a black eye or a bloody lip? Okay, lay next to a female, make it out like she beats you up. Okay, on your video that you provided. Okay, and well, was she connected to drug? Did they ever test her for drugs or a mental test as well? And when all this happened, where was she? She just met the guy, or how long was she knew this person as well to feel that comfortable enough that you'll let the person know where you live at. And the question, and makes me wonder too, is that has she went to the point where she introduced him to her family? Because however, if it's not a long or short time, or however, if it's a long time that her and that guy was together, we're not saying that he probably met some of her family or real close friends that knows her real well. And the people that don't believe that situation has happened, okay, that equal rights thing about, well, because everyone wants to do harm to her reputation. Well, nobody has a right to do that too much to anyone, male or female, to disrespect, to make that reputation that bad. And that guy probably could have lost it. Who knows what job he had? But you start to think about over this, how does it affect his job? Okay, knowing that he was that situation, how far it could have, how bad could have it actually went, and if so, how would it affect him, his job, and everything else if it was the other way around? With the same people saying that she's been done wrong, would they say he deserves it all? Knowing that they didn't do a thorough check on if it turned the other way, but they doing a thorough check as they did with her. And like you said, if the guy was to done anything like that, okay, well, he would wind up in a lot more worse trouble, cause, well, and here's the thing, yeah, medical, it's shown that when guys goes and just to level of that, I think it gets really nasty. But to say that a woman can't go to the same height as a guy can, that they're really in the past, it shows that women can be just as mean and just as ruthless as any guy can be. And with her, the way she handles the whole thing, when she just meets some new guys and people, she's going to be given a whole different other thing, because who's going to take face value on letting her come into your circle of your family or your friends if you know her a little bit? Will anyone trust her? Or better than that, what would she be capable of doing to someone for whatever reason? And this is not the first time that this has happened. It was quite a few other situations that this did happen. And well, when it comes to, I'm surprised that her family didn't step up and help calm her down or whatever, because I'm pretty sure that they noticed her personality flaws. Okay, it's like with anyone's parents, if they know you good enough that where they can tell if something's up or not, there's a sign that you better be paying attention on your kid, so your kid's not acting the normal way it usually does. If she has a parents or not, if they're alive, who knows? I'm done. What is that?
Roger.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know for sure if you wanted me to go or not. That was kind of traumatic when I was listening to Robert. I'm really surprised that he didn't go crazy, because like a guy with his junk hanging out, that right there would have usually set him off. Thank goodness it didn't have nothing to do with castration, or it'd have really hurt it. But I don't know. When it comes to this girl, the only thing that gets me is like she should be put on like the all-time dumbest freaking criminals videos that they have out. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if she would have handled that situation, if it offended her as bad as what she claimed it did, if she'd have handled it properly, freaking the guy would have probably gotten in more trouble. Because like when I was living in Evansville, I was living in an apartment complex in Evansville, Indiana, and there was this older woman there who had a drinking problem, and she'd always get drunk and freaking get butt naked and leave her door wide open and her screens open and everything for people to see her. And finally, the neighbors got sick of it and called the cops. And she got in trouble with the law. She had to go to AA for a year and got in a whole bunch of trouble. And the cops told them straight out that, it doesn't matter if you leave your door open and you're butt naked and freaking people can see you. you can get in trouble for it. But where she messed up was she took pictures, took them home, posted them up on the internet, and then made a spectacle out of it, you know. So, and I do believe there's mental illness there as well. I think that's one of the biggest problems she had. She's a mentally ill freaking female who probably shouldn't have freaking done what, or definitely shouldn't have done what she did. Now she does need to be punished for it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think that she needs to get like freaking harsh punishment. You know, maybe get freaking some jail time and then some probation, but just enough to where she knows that what she did was a stupid freaking move and she shouldn't do it again. You know, I think we've had this conversation before, so I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that.
Dollars to donuts. She has done stuff like this before. There are probably, given her age, there's probably one, could be 2 or 3 guys who are like looking at what is happening to her and are having a nice quiet gloat over what she's done to herself. Yeah, she's clearly mentally ill. That is beyond any doubt. Here's the thing, right? She has probably done this before and has probably gotten away with it until now. And again, as Joey Swoll pointed out, that there's a lot of women out there that are like this. I myself have encountered 2 of these women in the gym. And when I was going to the gym on a regular basis, I encountered 2 women like this in the gym. Now, fortunately, neither of them had cameras on them, but you know, in both cases, right? And here's the part that was really annoying, because I mean, I used to end up getting false accusations of stalking all the time, right? Until I figured out why it was happening and I ceased doing it. But I mean, what I have, when something like this comes up and you know a woman is like trying to suck you into that circle, you're in a bit of a catch-22, right? Because on the one hand, you got to ignore it. You got to act like you're ignoring it. But here's the problem. And this is part of the reason why I absolutely despise white knights with a passion. It's because when you're in a situation like this, you kind of have to keep one eye open and in their direction, because there's always, and it does happen, there's always that possibility you could get a really fucking stupid guy who will decide that this is his moment to be the dragon slayer. And, you know, and they will escalate it beyond. And I have had a situation like this occur where one guy did try to, this is way back in 2001, where one guy was really impressed with this one particular woman, and he was like continuing to escalate the situation even after it ended, and I had to get right in his face over it. Now, and here's the thing. I mean, the woman who did this to him, ironically enough, this kid had a bit of a drug problem. And he also had a bit of a shitty attitude. And he kept getting booted out of rehab after rehab after rehab after rehab. And eventually, he ended up at the rehab that my sister and my brother-in-law ran. And because of what he had done in the past, I almost considered going to my sister and saying, yeah, remember that kid I was telling you about, the one that threatened me over that girl? Yeah, well, he's in your drug treatment facility right now. And I didn't, and he got clean and he stayed clean and he grew up. But here's the situation. What if he had decided to be really brave, and what if he had decided to physically attack me? Right? I would have had to kick his ass. and he would have continuously been booted from place to place to place to place to place, and he would have ended up eventually at my sister's facility, my sister and my brother-in-law's facility. And because of what happened, I would have had to have told my sister and my brother-in-law that he was staying with them, because if I hadn't, it would have put them in a conflict of interest. And also, right, because they were in a conflict of interest, they would have had to let him go, and he might not have survived, right? So that's the type of thing that can happen with behavior like this. It doesn't necessarily have to affect the person being immediately accused. It can affect anybody else involved, right? So that's the issue. So this guy who was falsely accused, he's been harassed over this. I don't think she might not face a lot of criminal time over it, but I definitely think that there's definitely a lawsuit. Like, she's going to be paying for this. Maybe not like in a criminal way, but definitely in a legal fashion. And anyway, to celebrate this particular topic, I'm going to break in a transition music that I think is very, very appropriate to the situation. So here we go.
Yeah. Turn this shit up, this ain't a song, this a warning. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk that shit, better back it right now. No fake tough, no running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. I was raised with a fist come first, where respect means bleed or hurt. Ain't no safe space, ain't no rules, just bad decisions and broken tools. You type real hard behind that screen, act tough till the shit get mean. When boots hit dirt and eyes lock in, that tough guy get real damn thin. I don't bark loud, I don't explain. I don't flex chains, I flex pain. You cross my path with sideways talk. You gon' limp when you try to walk. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk the shit, better back it right now. No fake tough, no running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. I don't need clout, I don't need views, I don't need friends that I gotta choose. My circle small, my temper short, my patience dead, my soul is warped. I seen fake men fold real quick. When pressure hits, they ain't built shit. All that talk about guns and crime, but cry like bitches when it's real time. This ain't rap beef, this ain't play. This that county jail court day. This that mama cry, mugshot flash. This that life you can't take back. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk this shit, better back it right now. No fake tough, no running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. I don't forgive, I don't forget. I don't regret a single thread. You test my line, you cross that line. That's your problem, not fucking mine. I was built from bad decisions, cold nights, poor conditions. If hell's real, I shook his hand and walked back home a harder man. So keep my name out your fucking lips before your jaw needs stitches, bitch. This outlaw life don't come with peace, it ends with silence or police. Down. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk this shit, better back it right now. No fake tough, no running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk this shit, better back it right now. No fake tough, no running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. Fuck around, yeah, you gon' find out. Talk this shit, better back it right now. No fake toe, running mouth. Outlaw blood when the lights go out. Fuck around, these ain't rap, these ain't rap. One wrong move, one dumb sound. Fuck around.
Okay, Robert, we're gonna go into the topic that that Roger wanted you to bring on. We are going to be talking about the Alberta Independence Petition. I got a lot of videos on this one.
Now, before you go, I want to let you know something. Robert thought you were talking about Jordash, not DoorDash, so that's why he was a little bit confused. So
Oh, the Jordache girl. Okay, thank you very much for
I
straightening
was
that.
I was sitting there bobbing my head at wondering what the hell he's talking about. He didn't even understand what you were talking about. He thought you were talking about the Jordache girl, not the DoorDash girl. So just wanted to clear that up for him.
All right. So yeah, let's go. I got 3 videos here. They run probably about 4 minutes. So, and it's all about the Alberta. Yep, it's all about the Alberta petitions. The Canadian government's really pulling out the stops here. So yeah, here's the videos.
I just spoke with Mitch Sylvester, the CEO of the Alberta Prosperity Project, and he told me that he expected this court decision to come down the way that it did, and he also expects you to call a referendum in response to it. So, I'm wondering what your message is for the people who do expect you to call a referendum.
Well, as you know, we make our decisions in government through a process that includes committees, through cabinet, as well as through caucus. And so my caucus has just learned of this decision. It just came down while we were in the legislature and haven't had a time to get together and discuss what our next steps will be. The committee has been meeting to look at the Forever Canada petition and to offer some suggestions about what should be done with that one as well. But we haven't made a decision yet. But I can tell you on this case in particular, this judgment, we think that there has been an error in law, which is why we're going to be appealing it. And we think it's anti-democratic. We want to make sure that that citizens who participate in good faith in this process have an expectation that the Elections Alberta is going to validate their signatures. That's been stopped in this case, and that's part of the reason why.
Okay, here we go. Bill, you're number 2.
One thing that could have crossed her mind, and again, we're just speculating, she didn't want to be in the history books as a judge that signed a paper that went and led to a referendum that led to the secession of Alberta. And in this way, even if it's a legal mistake, I think she would prefer to take the mulligan, really, and say, well, go ahead and appeal it. That judge is responsible for it, not me. At least I stopped it.
It's sad when a judge would rather be incompetent than be moral. You are appointed to a role where there's a lot of responsibilities. If you don't want to take those responsibilities seriously and you would rather protect your ego, step down. This is the problem that we're seeing with judges throughout Canada.
Premier of the province, Danielle Smith, coming out and saying, no, we're going to appeal this decision. What do you make of all of this?
Well, I often tell clients in the context of really odd court decisions, which I think this is one. I've often said, you know what? That decision is so bad, it's good, right? And that's the category that I put that decision in. I think we're up to ground 16 or 17 for legitimate, hardcore grounds of appeal. There's just so many errors in this decision, that I can't imagine that the Court of Appeal, isn't going to have a pretty easy time overturning it. Right. So we're working away at that. Eva Chipiak and I are presently drafting a notice of appeal. We have to hope to have a notice of appeal filed by tomorrow, or Monday. We hope to have an application for a stay of this decision filed at the Court of Appeal by no later than Monday afternoon. So we're working forward. But for us, though, the fun thing about it is this decision actually says that it's perfectly legal for Danielle Smith to call our question without a petition. And I think what that does is it puts the ball politically firmly in Danielle's court, and it leaves her, I think, with what amounts to an existential question with regard to her premiership and with regard to her continued leadership of the UCP.
Well, we can,
because 301,620 people.
Okay, so what happened? The petition has been challenged twice. First, you're going to love this. They challenged the submission to Elections Alberta over the petition. And then the petition got counted in, and and now the petition was challenged because it wasn't fair. Even though the natives were claiming one particular guy up in Assiniboine was claiming that they weren't consulted. By the way, this particular chief gets money from the Tides Foundation and from the UN to oppose any energy development up in the oil sands. And yet he's had the nerve to accuse, well, Jeff Rath and some of the other separatist leaders in Alberta, to accuse them of being Trump stooges, and yet it's like he's perfectly willing to. So yeah, the petition has been at least temporarily declared null and void because Alberta chiefs were not consulted about this decision. Here's the thing, there is, and this is an issue that's been going on in British Columbia, there is no parallel government. There are no two separate jurisdictions in Alberta. That's the first legal thing. There are no two separate legal jurisdictions. There is only one, and that is at the provincial level, and that is the Alberta legislature and the premier by Danielle Smith. There is no two tiers. Like, you don't have to go to the native reserves. You do have to kind of work out a deal if it is just specifically on reserve land, but it's like, when it comes to issues like this, they don't have a veto. They keep acting like they do. The judge in this particular case, and I think Roger's heard me talk about this. Robert probably might be a little bit more knowledgeable about this. The judge that made this decision is a Trudeau appointee. That should come as absolutely no surprise. So yeah, she's a Liberal appointee. It does affect, what it effectively does is that, I mean, of course, it's going to get appealed. Like, there's plenty of grounds for appeal. Jeffrey, you didn't see it on this one, but on another video that I saw, Jeffrey Rath is like going, well, what part of signing the petition violated the rights of natives living on these reservations? They had as much right. In fact, here's the ironic part: the support for separation in the Indigenous community in Alberta is 46%. Like, it's like the natives are almost overwhelmingly in favor of separating from Canada. By the way, that would also include me. So this is not so these chiefs that are talking about, they don't even speak for their own constituents for the most part. And yet you continuously see them acting like they do. And the reason why they're acting like they do is because, I mean, again, he's getting federal money, he's getting money from UNDRIP, he's getting money from the Tides Foundation, which is, and it's effectively what they were trying to do before Alberta decided to go the separatist route, is that they're going to try to do the same thing in Alberta that they've been doing in BC. What the BC provincial government has done is that they have basically ceded some legal authority. Basically, there's two at the provincial level. There are two different governing entities right now in BC, and one of them is unelected, and that would be the tribal chiefs. They're doing this under the auspices of UNDRIP. Now, there's also China with Belt and Road involved in this as well. Also, again, right, and this is specific to Canada, Alberta is effectively the credit card for the rest of the country at this point. If Alberta leaves, Canada is really financially strapped, because, I mean, basically, I mean, I don't want to say it, but Alberta is the financial glue that is holding the rest of the country together at this point. And, you know, what's going on here is that, you know, they're pulling out, and by the way, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Like, you're going to see legal challenge after legal challenge after legal challenge. Now, the woman that you're currently seeing on the screen is Danielle Smith, what it's ultimately going to come down to is Danielle Smith is going to just have to arbitrarily pass a bill in the provincial legislature to force a vote on separation in October. Also, by the way, this is a legal democratic petition, so challenging its legality, especially since Mitch Sylvester and Jeffrey Rath and the Alberta Prosperity Project have been going the extra 9 yards, for lack of a better term, to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, right? Indicates a level of desperation from Ottawa. Also, I got to point out again, one of the chiefs in particular, he is, and I find this very ironic because Jeffrey Rath did go down to Washington, D.C. and did meet with somebody, in his words, very high up in the Trump administration, discussing the possibility of getting a line of credit from the U.S. government should Alberta decide to separate. Quebec, by the way, did something very similar with Clinton back in 95 that nobody talks about. But the bottom line here is that, I mean, the Chiefs are not, they don't even have majority support for what they're doing inside their own communities. But they just keep coming up with these annoying and again, they keep acting like they have a veto, but they don't. And again, what it's ultimately going to boil down to is, again, the woman you're currently seeing on your screen, Danielle Smith. She is going to have to make a decision. It is going to come down to her. She is going to have to make a decision to allow a vote to occur in October. If she and by the way, her and I are not that far apart on this. I keep waiting for the Canadian government to give me a strong reason to stay in Canada, and they haven't done it yet. Danielle Smith would also prefer to remain in Canada, but it is not, she understands, or at least publicly anyway, she understands that it's not necessarily her choice to make and that she has to let Albertans have their say, regardless of how she feels about the situation or not. But yeah, over the next 6 months, you're going to see me covering the Alberta separation issue quite frequently because, well, I live in Alberta. That's why. And currently my vote is yes for leaving. It's not a solid yes, but it's definitely leaning that way. And that's pretty much it at this point. I could get into major conspiracy theories about George Soros and the Tides Foundation and UNDRIP and their interference and the new Green Deal and blah, 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 blah. But I mean, it's basically all of that is effectively a smokescreen for, I think, what they're trying to do is they're basically Carney is attempting to sell Canada off to the CCP in China. That's what it appears to be to me, especially if you look at what's going on in BC. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert.
Thank you. Well, here's the thing. Since what country is that, Roger, again? China is in the hoots with Canada. Okay. And they got where they manufacturing cars there, completely AI, and only 1,100 jobs there from that. And they're talking about putting wind turbines through Canada, all through the woods. Okay. Now, personally, I like the way Canada looks. I just don't see all the wind turbines tearing up through the landscape of Canada. And they got, Canada wants to do the thing about like what way Norway did. Okay, how the way Norway prospers, invest in money not in Norway, but in other countries. Okay, your country wants to set up and do something like that for individual special programs there in Canada, but then expecting like taxpayers to pay the bill for it, okay, and have no way of verifying anything. And when these companies are in Canada, and I'm sorry, but like right now, what's going on in the UK about about where people are voting for who's going to run who's going to be, well, Ireland, and like you guys would stop and think about it. It affects you guys well too. What happens there? Because how much of the UK law and everything about what goes on there affects Canada and England, Australia. Okay, everyone needs to stop and think when they're talking about that, how it's going to affect you, the country, and the people there. It's just not a one-way street. Because ain't Canada and UK as one more or less? How one works and the other one works too? Like for security, okay? How is it that what they figure, and like in Canada, don't Canada have to have their own thing for security? And they're talking about going to the EU, re-signing back up to EU. How's that going to affect Canada? Okay, and Ireland. Ireland should have somewhat of a thing to say because they had a chance to run their own government, but they decided to go with UK. They said it was more reasonable financially and all that, but they should still have a say. And everyone's looking at it like this: UK will lose people from the U.S. going there because EU has this passport where if you do not have a passport for the EU Federation, you can't be there. And what EU does, doesn't it affect other countries as well? Like India, you have to pay a fee for your process to go on. And I do not know what the effects are of it right now, but EU haven't followed through yet with India in the process. And how is that going to affect companies that from other countries is in UK? Okay, like Norway. Norway does their oil. If EU comes in, how is that going? What is that going to do affect of jobs in the UK and their oil facilities? Same thing with Canada and Ireland. How is that going to affect them too? The performance, the stuff that one and the other needs from one to the other. Everyone talks and for security of each country and the right to work and all that. Okay, and before it goes through, it was brought up about looking at go to like Tokyo, see what them companies are like. Okay, the one that is left from like Canada or Norway or all the country, to see what is the manufacturing thing in that country and what that company runs like there before they come popping up wanting to put a plant here. To me, if a company comes into your country and they can't offer certain important things, like, okay, out of cost, how much it's going to cost your country financially in taxes people taxes what you get taxes from the people that pays into the taxes, or are they going to be transporting people from their country to here to run it? And the same thing, like electric. Okay, what is the thing of the process of that, and who's going to be operating all this? Okay, and your health, your medical. You want to know before everyone starts chopping jobs down. Okay, what Pacific High jobs is this woman going to protect about? Because she's talking about doing all this, but someone needs to be thinking, okay, what about high risk jobs? Okay. And who's going to be paying for it when these companies come from other countries? And everyone's willing to do the automation, AI. Well, before they start cutting down regular jobs of that, figure out, okay, how many high risk jobs are they? And if they can go to AI, because if places can't, how much it's going to cost for your medical? How much are you going to lose in taxes, energy cost, how much land and all that? Okay, and well, like they're wanting to do that thing about jobs in the UK. That's fine and dandy, but there's a whole lot more in today's time. Look at the high tech stuff that's coming out. You gotta have people that know stuff about that. Okay, and you look at the UK, the people they went through, and it was on the news that they went through at least in 1 year about 8 people that specific job. Okay, now something's got to be going on there. They are not. It's the thing that, look at our government, the way the U.S. is right now. We do spend, and our government Donald Trump went through and got rid of organizations that was not even part of the U.S. They was just put in by grants, people making programs up that had nothing to do with government. And it ran into billions of dollars. I mean, to countries that, for what they were doing, cost even more. And it red tagged to the point where it costed fortunes of dollars. That the thing of where it shows, and where you got to borrow money from the World Bank, and when you're spending more, and they don't have no way of showing where the money goes to in the World Bank of what actually is being paid off, it just goes there. But then that's as far as it goes. And people and these states about, okay, they're talking about people coming into the government. Well, that's good. But they're talking about, well, why don't they set it up, since they got that law that when you apply for workmanship for a person that wants a green card, okay, and I understand what they're saying, but then there's always two sides to anything. If they don't like it, well, they can always set it up to where, like, sanctuary cities could say, okay, when they come in, sanctuary cities supplies a job to them, of course, at the understanding that they have to stay in that state. They cannot leave the state that they're in. They got to supply a full medical, full place, everything else for them. They cannot try to add in the thing of, the amount of people that's in the state until they are citizens of the state.
Yep. I'm sorry. You're kind of wandering off topic here.
Well, it was, that what he's talking about is it going to run into a lot more, and when like with the Indians, okay, if the Indians ever want to get real nasty about it, they do have power. They do. They're the ones who can look at Japan and say, "Hey, China." They can look at people in China and say, "We're the one that owns it, not Canada." They don't have a leg to stand on. They have no paperwork. Canada don't, from the Indians, verifying anything.
Yeah, well, the treaty that they signed with the government, the treaty that the Treaty 6, Treaty 7, Treaty 8 in Alberta, the natives do not have a veto over the political referendum here. Like they cannot they don't have any legal. They have seceded all responsibility for the territories that they signed over to the province, right? Like they don't actually have a veto. Yeah, for indefinitely. So there's no like the natives cannot go to China and go, we own the land. They're acting like they do. They're definitely acting like they do in BC because they're able to get away with it in BC. Because they have a very strongly leftist government running the province in BC. In Alberta, Daniel Smith is a conservative, and the majority of the Conservative Party, at least on the provincial level, are in favor of separatism. So, yeah, there's no going to China. The natives cannot threaten to go to China to derail the referendum. Anyway, is there anything else, or can I turn it over to Roger here?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you here, but yeah, we have to keep this moving.
Okay.
He's a wild man. He just got excited because he was able to talk to somebody about Canada. That's what it really was. He went in a lot of directions. But the thing about this woman that's really messed up is it's like whenever we were talking about her before, I remember us saying something about how she said that she welcomed she welcomed diverse freaking opinions and stuff like that whenever she was talking to people, and then she turns around and she gets on her radio show, I believe, later on, and says that she supports Canada or Alberta staying with Canada.
Oh, she does. She is in favor of Alberta staying in Canada. Mm-hmm. She also understands that it's not the majority of the people inside her own party are in favor of Alberta separating. Yeah. So it's like if she gets in the way, things in Alberta are going to get really, really messy. So, I mean, I can't see her knowingly not allowing, or even like, I mean, that's assuming, of course, that the appeal goes through and the appeal overturns the current decision, in which case Danielle Smith won't have to make this decision. But Danielle Smith is going to have to make a decision here, probably at some point, because of the way the natives have been acting. By the way, the bought and paid for native rally that don't even have majority support inside their own populations for this. She may have to actually step in and like say there's just going to be a referendum in October, period. And regardless of the court decision, that's effectively what's gone on here. And again, like I said at the start, the judge that made this decision is a Liberal appointee, specifically under Justin Trudeau. Sorry to interrupt you, Roger, if you have anything more to say.
Yeah, actually, I did. The thing about her too is she did the same thing with the MAID program. If you ever get a chance to check that out, she's doing the same thing. Where there's a lot of people over there that want to get rid of MAID, and she's freaking jumping rope when it comes to that too. She's trying to be evasive and try to stay away from it. She made some comments where she says she's not for it and everything, but then she also went even farther and said that she has no power whatsoever to freaking ban MAID from Ottawa, and I find that pretty messed up. Here, especially lately, whenever it comes to a lot of the things that I have been finding out about what's going on up there. And the stuff in the United Kingdom too is just completely outrageous. There's a lot of stuff going on in your guys' area.
Oh yeah, I haven't covered MAID very much. The fact that there's been an incremental increase in it strongly suggests that there's an organ harvesting operation going on. Just saying.
Right, and she the thing about it is it's like, with this separation, there's people who are conservative in her party, legislative members who's in her party that freaking want it, and she's ignoring it. It's just like these people who are talking about banning MAID. These are people coming from her these are her constituents that are saying this stuff. You know what I mean? It's not just like people who are in favor of separation or people who are against MAID that are doing it. It's her own freaking constituencies who's saying we need to ban this. We need to let them do the petition for separation. These are the people who are telling her that, and she's not wanting to do it. Somebody's pulling her strings is what I'm getting. So that's basically all I've got to say about it.
Well, there's obviously a lot more going on. For Daniel Smith to not allow for Daniel Smith, it is going to eventually end up in Daniel Smith's court. The ball is going to eventually end up in Daniel Smith's court. She's gonna have to. She's gonna have to either allow or disallow the referendum to go through. I haven't followed MAID very closely. I know that the medical situation in Canada is a provincial and not a national thing. I know that Danielle Smith has had, because the nurses are a public sector union, not a private sector union, and the public sector unions have been doing all sorts of things to kind of undermine the Smith government over the past couple of years. Deliberately, the teachers union has been doing this as well, where they have been intentionally dragging out negotiations and making them difficult, just to be difficult, just to say that, well, see this, she's not doing her job, right? So there's that's going on as well, right? Like there's levels of harassment coming from Ottawa towards Alberta on every level. And of course, I mean, I think you were on the show when I mentioned about the fact how there's been a mysteriously large number of Canadian forces that have suddenly found themselves at the Canadian force bases that are based in Alberta. And Carney has also said that he will use I think it's the same act that he used on the truckers' convoy if Alberta goes ahead with his petition. So, I mean, this is serious, right? Canada knows the Canadian government knows exactly what's going to happen if Alberta does succeed in having if it even is allowed to have a referendum, which I think it is, but if Alberta does manage to vote to leave, Yeah. All hell is gonna, like, I don't know if Canada makes it to 2030, to be honest with you, if Alberta leaves. Because I mean, it's just gonna set off almost like a domino effect. Anyway, do you have anything more, Roger, or can we move on? Roger? Okay, well then I'm gonna put.
I'm here. That mute button. I was trying to work it out, but yeah, I'm done. I wonder if there's any bikini pics of her too. By the way,
Who?
what do you think?
Daniel Smith?
Yeah.
Are you out of your mind?
Get any sexy bikini pics?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, I got something I was curious about. If I can ask you that.
No, there was a kind of like a joke thing that happened with Daniel Smith 2 elections ago when she was running for the Alberta Party. But I mean, I'd have to go digging for those photos. Anyway, let's get on with the next topic here. Filling us by Scott Buckley is the transition. So here we go. Okay, so yeah, next topic here. We are talking about James Comey. I have some video content for you here. Some rather speculative thoughts about James Comey, and particularly about the direction the Trump administration went down, specifically after they got rid of Pam Bondi. But yeah, there are just a couple of them, one from MS Now, one from Fox. They're only about 2 minutes long, so here we go.
I continue to speak up because I have grandchildren, and someday they will be old enough to understand this time, and I want them to know what Pop did during this period of time. I hope everybody feels that way.
You said this won't be the last. Do you think they're going to indict you again?
Oh, I don't. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think Donald Trump wakes up at 3 in the morning thinking about me. I do not. The reverse does not happen. But I'm sure that if this case falls apart, they'll come with something else. I'm going to have to deal with this, as I've told my family. They're going to have to deal with this as long as Donald Trump is in the White House thinking about me in the middle of the night.
Have you heard of other jurisdictions?
Has indicted former FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Justice correspondent David Spunt's got the story. He's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again.
John, they're going at it again, not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year when he posted on the beach. You may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647, and he said something along the lines of, "Isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach?" Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu, 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So Comey did speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators. At the time he was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly after that happened, no charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about the indictment. We're waiting to see if officials have anything to say on this. That is the post that you see right there, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk," from former Director James Comey. Now, you also remember that he was indicted.
Okay. I believe Comey was the Attorney General under Trump. Again, one of the things, and this is probably what and you're seeing Trump's true colors come through now, but I mean, one of the things that was happening, one of the things that kind of deflected away from Trump was the fact that Trump was a little bit naive about the people that he had on his cabinet. And one of these people was James Comey. And it was very, very obvious as they went along that Comey was working against Trump. And Trump did eventually get rid of Comey. Now, the whole issue here with this is that, I mean, you know, I could just dismiss this as just a coincidence. Unfortunately for Comey, though, what I have seen and knowing how politicians and how people in power like to use symbology like this, I very much doubt that Comey just happened to be walking along the beach and just happened to stumble across this seashell finding like this. It's not this is how the politicos will say what they have to say. I mean, they're familiar with the First Amendment. They can't actually do stuff like we need to, quote unquote, we need to kill the current president or whatever, right? But they can kind of do things like this indirectly. Very, very clear that some of the things that Trump was trying to do when in his first run as president, and some of this in particular with the Justice Department, were definitely at the behest of, were being short-circuited by Comey, or at least until Trump got rid of Comey anyway. So am I overly surprised that Trump is holding a grudge? Well, to be honest, and I mean, by no means am I a Team Trump guy, and there's always people go, well, he make excuses for it. It's like, if facts are facts, dude. Like, I mean, there was lots of things that you could have gone after Trump for that were perfectly legal. Instead, you just make stuff up, and you lose your legitimacy when you do this. And it's like, Comey is just one of those guys who I think thinks that he knows better than the president. And maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't think he did. But it's like, a lot of the justice issues that, for instance, the mysterious foot dragging that occurred with the Trump administration in regards to the George Floyd riots. I suspect Comey may have had a lot to do with that foot dragging. That's just me spitballing, right? It's not so much the president himself, it's the people who have that have access to the president, and the people who control access to the president that are as much, if not more, of a problem. And I'm going to actually, because on the last show, I actually was talking about this in regards to Francisco Franco, and some idiot on Kick accused me of being a Nazi because I pointed this out, that if Franco had not been involved had not had that civil war, he absolutely would have sided with with Germany and Italy in that war. And, I'm gonna have to say this again. There were definitely some legal reforms that Trump has been able to do in his second term that he was not able to do in his first. Probably because the current Attorney General, I can't remember, Marco Rubio, is definitely a lot more on board with Trump than James Comey was. And, am I overly surprised that they're trying to go after him again? Absolutely not. And do I think they're going to get him? Maybe. But I mean, you have to either be incredibly arrogant, as the Comey's not stupid, so you have to be either stupidly arrogant, you have to be incredibly arrogant, or you have to actually believe yourself to be literally untouchable to do something like put up an 88647. And again, right, knowing how politicians express themselves, right? Like, the hidden meaning behind that is very, very clear, right? It's not like smoking guy standing over a dead body with a smoking gun pointed at the person's head and caught doing it type of guilty. But in political speak, it is, because it gives Comey plausible deniability, which is exactly what the 847 thing does. Anyway, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert.
Okay. Well, let's remember this guy. When did this happen on the sand?
I think this was I can't specifically remember, but it was before Trump got elected.
Okay, well, during the time when he was Donald
Or
Trump
just
was
after he got elected, yeah.
okay, but during that before that, then when he was out getting people wanting to vote for him, remember what happened twice to him already? One with his ear and one
Yeah.
with a guy. Okay, now this is not the first time stuff like this has happened. Okay, it just seems odd how the president that one, what's his name, the one that was driving down the road in Texas and got killed by Harvey Oswald, supposedly.
John F. Kennedy, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you look at what happened there. He made some, they say, one of questionable informations. Okay. And nothing, just some things just happens. But then he got killed. What happened to him? Who's to say what he was wanting to find out? Did that have anything to do with it? And then how his brother, soon right after that happened, it happened to him at the hotel. He was gunned down and and like the CIA, okay. The CIA, they say that they're right up there where they work outside of the government and foreign countries and all that. And who knows what better way of getting rid of problems and all that. And he knows that. And I wouldn't put in like, look at what, I ain't saying Donald Trump is good and all the way around. But let's put it to you this way. Okay, what happens to a person that gets, okay, everyone's saying that we're at war with Iraq. Okay, how can you say it's a war when neither side has claimed their side didn't say war or ours didn't? It takes the Senate, ain't that right, Roger? Okay, and well, the thing of it is, well, when and we're not at war with no one, but you look at it for what mysterious things has happened from the country. Okay, we were attacked. The boat, one government boat was blown hole into, killed a lot of people on board that boat. Few other places got hit. The building overseas where all the military people were sleeping at got hit. Just recently on BBC, Iraq was asking young kids from over there in their own country if they would want to be part of fighting for their country. Okay, 12-year-old boys. And, well, the thing of it is, that situation where if people start acting in that way, we have how many people who have done stuff like this and not actually ever got caught. And well, like with well, we do have to watch out because with all the things that would be about the second or the third person that threatened him. The first time when Donald Trump was in office, and he sent a bomb and hit Iraq, killed the president, and they said that told Donald Trump through the report that they'll get him. But the thing of it is, with each thing that Donald Trump has done, if it don't, things can escalate really quick, out of hand, out of control. And it's been shown that other government officials during the time hasn't really done much. to avoid from things get escalating out of control. And I agree, we do need to watch out. Donald Trump has done some off the wall things, but at the same time too, he's done some things that a lot of other places haven't done. Okay, it's like well, you take that guy, husband and wife president. How far would that would have went if something wasn't been done? Okay, look at all countries, how that would affect their country. You're talking about government. You're talking about money resources, financially, where you got to pay medical for them people that are on drugs. And because of that, is that how are you going to feel if you can't get medical when you need it? Because of a foreign country has no regard for anything but what they would want. But yeah, if the guy's done all that, and what other things has, well, when he does go into court, can they actually? Because it was the thing about the Russian story.
Well, it was about the way he. Oh wait, I have to make a correction here. He was the Attorney General under Obama. Head of the FBI under Obama.
Oh, okay.
He handled the. He was the one who was responsible for the Clintons' email server when they had that leak. Yeah. So he was the one that ran cover for that.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that. I heard all about that, where about 40% of all that, and it was not even a secure thing. But he said that was fine and dandy. But as they said, if it was anybody else that did that, they would be brought up on. Well, no, it was another. They got mad at one person because what he did wasn't secure. National security wasn't thought of when that person did what they did, and they cracked down on him over it. I think he even lost his job over it. The person did, and it was the Russian thing about how Donald Trump was part of it. Wide variety, and one big story after another, how he was posed to I can't say if it's true, but that thing about how he was supposed to have bought and sold things and all that. He was part of I think he was part of the thing about Donald Trump having data, national security folders or something like that. At his, it was in Florida at I keep pronouncing the name of that place, but he was supposed to have a bunch of stuff there and then they found out that he took that stuff to Florida and he was sitting there reading that stuff. Donald Trump was. If things are supposed to, and this is not the first. I wouldn't put it past him for far more than that, because before Donald Trump actually got in office this time, them two, and if they can actually prove that he had something to do with that one at that place where the fire department guy got murdered by that shooter, wouldn't he be held reliable just as well? Because as they said,
yeah, that was Homeland Security that was responsible for the security
but what I'm referring
the one in Pennsylvania, yeah.
But what I'm referring to is if he set that up, he did ahead of the Vance where someone stand there wherever, if people are able, if he's willing to try to do something, who's saying that he tried something else later on before that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because that wasn't probably the only time he used that code. And I, like you said, I just don't buy that 80s, that number on that. There ain't no way on sand with all them rocks and all that, it's going to be like that.
Yeah.
Unless someone that he knows that has already been there and laid it down and has some information back and forth.
Yeah, the chances of that happening are very, very slim. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you look at what's happening now, okay, with not Korea, the country down below Florida,
Cuba.
Yeah, look what happened there with Cuba right now. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I haven't been following it very closely. Angel would probably know a lot more about that, though.
Well, no, Cuba is the president of Cuba right now is being brought up on charges 30 years ago when he attacked two airlines around Florida, flew them out of the sky. And the U.S. want them to do two things, where he makes restitution for what he's done, or he's going to arrest him for murder. And he sent the warrant to Cuba through the CIA, not FBI, the CIA is down there with the warrant, and that was the term. But for that to happen, where people don't have much regard for human life, there's wide variety of that, and people using it for what they do, and they're claiming that airspace and that is just really sad. Especially if you didn't give a person noticeable a warning that you're in the airspace of another country. But yeah, but what other things? I wonder who's going to be part of this program, lawyer or what judge, or because if for all that stuff, I wonder if Hillary could be brought up in with it, because during that time with the modem, I mean not modem, but
the server.
The server was how that went, and wide variety of other things, phone. I mean, it's just curious on all get out that how that whole process went, and then to find out that this guy said there's no proof, no nothing.
Yeah, well,
Hillary did anything wrong, and I'm like, you gotta be, look what they did to the guy that used.
Snowden. Yeah, there were two of them. Snowden and that other one. Yeah. It's kind of it's kind of complicated. Comey definitely ran block for Hillary Clinton back in the day. That's for sure. Sorry, I have to keep this moving here. So
Okay.
You have anything that you have to wrap it up, or can I turn it over to Roger?
Well, yeah, you can turn it over to Roger.
Okay, thanks. Roger?
Yeah,
Roger.
give me a moment to unmute. The thing with Comey is for me, it's I would love to see freaking Comey serve some time for a lot of things that he did during the Obama administration. Just like I'd like to see that one black chick that was running Department of Justice that was freaking doing some shady shit with the Clintons during the first Trump's first run, But the thing of it is like this stuff is kind of ridiculous. Like the this is all over shells on a beach. You know what I mean? And then there was another indictment they did against them that was actually overturned because it was just complete nonsense. They're not even trying to go after him for anything really serious. Now this one is different because it's actually filed through the through the grand jury, or it's a grand jury indictment. So they might get an arrest off of it, but I don't know for sure if that's gonna freaking happen. The whole thing behind this is that he made a photo and put it on the internet with shells shaped in 8647, which is what Trump and them have claimed is a sign of violence, but it can also be determined in a lot of things because 86 is a term that's commonly used in restaurants when it's when they use the term sold out, which Donald Trump is a sellout, you know what I mean? And it also it's an informal way for meaning cancel or get rid of. So you could see it as him saying Donald Trump's a sellout and we need to get rid of him, you know, because there's a lot of people who do believe that. He's one of those people who tells you everything you want to hear, and then when he gets into office, he does what most of the politicians do. He backslides, you know what I mean? Supposed to have been a president that wasn't for war. He's pushing us into a war. You know, freaking Guantanamo Bay kind of shit. Sending freaking Hispanics to freaking Guantanamo Bay and all of, I mean, he's just completely gone against everything he was supposed to be for. I mean, and I'm somebody who actually voted for the man. And now I'm actually starting to think twice when it comes to January the 6th because I've started actually doing research on what freaking QAnon is, man, and that's some pretty disturbing shit, you know. These people want to freaking abolish the Constitution of the United States. Then after they abolish the Constitution of the United States, they want to freaking create or turn our government over to the military so that they can have military tribunals so that they can execute politicians and judges. And we're supposed to just accept that with open hands. This is what QAnon is teaching, and their whole thing is they follow Donald Trump. He's their patriarch. He's the one that's going to lead them to freaking this new government that's going to take the place of the Constitution because it's obsolete. You know.
I've got a very, very, very anything comes out of Q, I take with a very large grain of salt.
It's terrifying when you stop and think about it. You know what I mean? These people, when you hear a lot of these people on the internet that are talking Trump up, they're speaking right out of the QAnon handbook. You know, and that's the most scariest part about it. It's like when you start freaking, because for a long time I'm sitting there and I'm wondering why the hell are these people freaking talking like this? Because it's crazy shit. And I come to find out this is what they're doing. They're feeding off of this QAnon crap. And so I mean, anyway, it comes when it comes to Comey, man. I mean, like I said, I think he did wrong too, but I don't. I see this more as vendetta than actual justice. And for me, all I want to see is freaking law and order established again in our country because too many things are confusing as it is. A lot of things don't make sense. And I believe that the people who are responsible for freaking that are wanting us to be confused so that they can freaking do things that aren't really good for the freaking American people. I think the worst thing in this country would be freaking us not having a constitution and being ran by the military, you know. So that's all I got on that subject.
All right, so that concludes that particular section. Here we go. All right. Next interlude is Mission Control by Retrowave. So here we go. Okay, guys, we are at the next topic. We are also well past 2 hours here. So, yeah, and we're only on topic number 4. So it's like, yeah, let's try to keep the conversation a whole lot more laser from this point going forward. Because, yeah, I don't want to be here for like 3.5 hours. Anyway, there's some very interesting stuff around Hanta. There's one really long one that lasts about 12 minutes, and there's other two that last probably about each one. I don't know, they might be the same thing, but we'll take a look here. But here's the one with Hanta first. Okay, so here we go.
Right, so a Dutch cruise ship called the MV Hondius was anchored about a mile off the coast of Praia, the capital of Cape Verde in the Atlantic. There are 149 people on board, including 17 Americans, and the government of Cape Verde has politely but firmly told them they are not allowed to come ashore. Now, the reason is that 3 people on board have died, 2 more are seriously ill, and the World Health Organization has now confirmed that what's killing them is a deadly virus called Hanta Virus. And the WHO is also saying that human-to-human transmission can't be ruled out. Ooh, sounds a little bit like COVID, right? And we remember what happened with COVID. And we remember the cruise ships. The words respiratory illness, cruise ship, passengers stranded at sea, human-to-human transmission, they kind of make me feel like, I can't lie to you, an incy-wincy bit queasy in my tum-tum. We have been here before, people. So today I want to talk you through what's actually going on, what Hanta Virus actually is, and why this particular strain is the one everyone's quietly worried about, and whether the panic exploding on social media is actually justified. My name is Patrick Ney, and this is What Just Happened. The MV Hondius is a polar expedition cruise vessel. It's not one of those carnival gigaliners with a bunch of drunk people in a water park. It's a small ice-class ship, 80 cabins, maybe 170 passengers plus 70 crew, and is run by a Dutch company called Oceanwide Expeditions. The cruise is currently on what is called the Atlantic Odyssey, a 43 night voyage from Ushuaia in southern Argentina, apologies to my Argentinian friends for the pronunciation, all the way up to the Atlantic, stopping at some of the most remote inhabited islands on the planet. Places like St. Helena, Tristan da Cunha, Ascension, the kind of places where if you get sick, you are a long way from hospital. Now, the ship left Ushuaia on April the 1st. Things, as far as everybody knows at that point, were quite fine. And then on April 11th, a 70-year-old Dutch man on board became seriously ill and tragically died. His 69-year-old wife was evacuated to South Africa, and then in late April, while trying to fly home to the Netherlands, she collapsed at Johannesburg airport and died at a nearby hospital, and her blood later tested positive for this Hanta virus. Then a British man also fell ill on board in April 27th and was airlifted to Johannesburg as well. He's now in intensive care in critical condition. He's the second confirmed case. Then on May 2nd, a German national died on board the ship. Sadly, his body is still on board, and 2 crew members, one British and one Dutch, are also now showing acute respiratory symptoms and need urgent care. According to the WHO, all of the ill passengers became sick between April the 6th and April the 28th, and they had some really nasty symptoms. Fever, gastrointestinal problems, rapid pneumonia, acute respiratory distress syndrome, that sounds horrible, and of course, shock. The ship requested permission to dock at Praia, Cape Verde, which has a population of about 500,000 people, and they said no, quite reasonably. They wanted to protect their own public health. So now the cruise operators considering sailing the ship with these poor people on board, the dead bodies on board and sick people on board, another 1,000 miles north to the Canary Islands in the hope that the Spanish authorities will let them dock. I don't know about you, but I am sure glad I ain't on that boat. So, is Hanta Virus the new COVID? Well, not so fast. Hanta Virus is not, in the overwhelming majority of cases, a virus that spreads between humans. According to the CDC, it's almost always picked up by inhaling aerosolized particles, I love that word, from the urine, droppings, or saliva of infected rodents. Not so cool. Now, you go into a shed, I don't know, that hasn't been opened up in a year. You sweep up some of the old droppings, you breathe in the dust. That's the classic transmission route. If you've heard the word Hanta Virus before, it's probably because of one very, very sad story. The actor Gene Hackman's wife, Betsy Araka, died of Hanta Virus pulmonary syndrome at their home in New Mexico last year. Now, investigators believe that she contracted it from rodent exposure around the property. Oh, that's nasty, man. I mean, the symptoms are horrible. We're talking fever, headache, horrible muscle pain, tummy issues, and then after a few days, the lungs start to fill up with fluid and the patient develops what's called Hanta Virus pulmonary syndrome, or HPS. The case fatality rate, depending on the strain, runs as high as 30 and 50%. So this is a serious illness. However, to be clear, it is rare and it's not really one of those outbreak diseases. You get one person, they go into the shed, they get sick, and that's usually the end of the story. So why is this different? How is it possible that so many people are getting sick? Well, this is where it gets interesting. There's a particular strain of Hanta virus called the Andes virus, or ANDV. And surprise, surprise, it's named after the Andes mountain range where it was first discovered in 1995. And it's found mostly in southern Argentina and Chile, which you'll have noticed is where this cruise ship actually started its voyage. Now, the Andes virus has, as far as scientists can tell, one thing in common with dozens of other Hanta virus strains. It's mostly carried by rodents, in this case, a long-tailed pygmy rice rat, which doesn't sound scary, but is carrying a really scary virus. And it has one thing that sets it apart from every single one of them. It's the only Hanta virus on Earth for which person-to-person transmission has been documented. Now, to be fair, the science, as usual, is contested. Some people are saying that the older claims aren't backed up by stronger enough evidence. So, as usual, not everything is clear. But one thing that we know is there's been one outbreak where everybody agrees on. In November of 2018, in a small town in Argentine Patagonia called Epuyén, a single person who had environmental exposure to rodents attended a party whilst already sick. Now, according to reports, 6 other people who attended that party got sick over the following weeks, and then 17 more people linked to those first cases got sick after that. So by the time it was over, there were 29 confirmed cases and tragically 11 deaths. 142 people were placed as a result in quarantine, and Argentine health authorities had to enforce mandatory isolation, contact tracing, before they could get the R number. You remember that R number thing? Well, it was down below 1, and before they intervened, the R number for this virus was at 2.12. Fortunately, it then dropped down to 0.96. So yeah, there is in fact a strain of Hanta virus found specifically in the region that this cruise ship started its voyage in, that's documented spread between people, that has a case fatality rate of 40%, and that in one party in 2018 had an R number roughly comparable to what early COVID-19 was doing. And that's the bit which is making the public health people a little bit nervous. Well, if there's one thing social media loves, it's a total meltdown and a panic. So first of all, let's get the facts straight. Firstly, the WHO itself has said that the risk to general public is actually low. The regional director for Europe said there's no need to panic. Usually makes me panic, I don't know about you. In fact, when she said human-to-human translations couldn't be ruled out, the director, Dr. Van Kerkhove, actually added in the same breath that this isn't a virus that spreads like flu or COVID. It's a completely different kind of pathogen, so you can't just catch it from someone walking past you in a corridor. And then secondly, even in the worst documented outbreak in the Andes, that so-called Epuyén party in 2018, transmission required close and sustained contact. So family members caring for the sick people who've got the virus. People sharing some kind of enclosed space with someone who was really symptomatic at the time. So this isn't the kind of airborne respiratory virus that we saw in COVID. And then thirdly, Hanta virus has an incubation period of 1 to 8 weeks. That's a really long period of time. It means that a lot of these passengers may have been exposed weeks ago, individually even, before they ever boarded the ship. Maybe even during one of the short excursions that they did in Patagonia. So the cluster that we see on the ship might not actually be a cluster at all. It might just be several people who got exposed at the same time, independently of each other, and then just happened to get sick at the same time. And then fourth, and this is the bit that sometimes actually gets missed off in these stories, the things that people are doing right now are working. You know, Cape Verde immediately refused entry. South Africa and the Netherlands are coordinating their medical evacuations. The WHO is on the case, and the cruise operators have all of the passengers in cabin isolation. The ship is being disinfected, so the public health system right now is doing the thing that public health systems should do. So it doesn't look like we're about to have another global pandemic, mercy Lord. However, what we're seeing is a useful and kind of unsettling reminder of how fragile our health is and how fragile the systems are as well. You got one ship, a handful of sick people, one super horrible virus, and all of a sudden you've got bodies on board, a country shutting its ports, 1,000-mile sail to find somewhere that'll take you, and the WHO holding emergency briefings. We've spent a few years telling ourselves that we've learned something from COVID, and the MV Hondius is in a small way a stress test of whether that's actually true. Now, it seems a long time ago since COVID, and in many respects things are back to where they were. The cruise industry, for example, just as big and amazing as it was, the ships are even bigger than before, and the polar expedition market, the one that the Hondius is part of, has boomed. People want to go to remote places. They want to see things they haven't seen, and of course they want to do it with hot showers and a buffet. So I get it. But what we are doing when we send ourselves on these trips is we're putting hundreds of people from dozens of different countries in a pretty small steel can and then sailing them through endemic disease zones for weeks. So it's kind of like the perfect petri dish. And we're doing it. We're paying even to do it. And the public health system then has to pick up the pieces when something goes wrong is, of course, the public health system that really had a massive issue dealing with COVID. So it seems to me that the lessons of the Hondius, assuming, and please God, that it ends with the patients recovering and the ship being able to dock somewhere safe where the virus can be taken care of, isn't that Hanta Virus is the next pandemic. It's that the next pandemic, wherever it turns out to be and whatever it turns out to be, is probably going to look something like this. A confined space, a long incubation period, a ship that left port before anyone knew anything was wrong, and a government that has to make big important decisions in a hurry, especially about whether it's letting these infected people back walking down the gangway. You see, right now there are people on that ship, poor people on that ship, watching the lights of Pryor in the distance, waiting to find out if the government, any government, will take them. And I don't envy them. I really don't. My name is Patrick Ney, and this is What Just Happened.
A French woman linked to the MV Hondius Hanta Virus outbreak is critically ill in Paris after being airlifted from Tenerife. She was flown to France on May 10th after her condition rapidly worsened and is now being kept alive with an artificial lung at Hospital Bichat Claude Bernard after the virus caused severe damage to her heart and lungs. Health officials believe she contracted the Andes strain of Hanta virus after close contact with infected travelers on the cruise ship. Most Hanta viruses spread from rodents to humans, but the Andes strain is one of the rare types that can spread from person to person through close contact. French authorities are tracing and monitoring 26 close contacts, including family members, fellow travelers, and medical workers involved in her evacuation and care. All 26 have tested negative so far, but remain in hospital isolation and will be tested 3 times a week. Officials still say the risk to the wider public is low, but this case is serious because suspected person-to-person Hanta virus spread outside South America is extremely rare, and the cruise ship carried passengers from multiple countries. The MV Hondius outbreak has now reached 11 total cases, 9 of them confirmed, with 3 deaths. A Spanish passenger who tested positive after evacuation is quarantined at a military hospital in Madrid, the latest country added to the confirmed case map. Investigators believe the outbreak started with a Dutch couple who took a birdwatching tour in Argentina that included a stop at a garbage dump where they are thought to have been exposed to infected rodents, and both later died. Argentina has dispatched a scientific team to help investigate the sites the couple visited. The WHO has warned that more cases could appear because the virus can take weeks to show symptoms. Scientists are also checking whether the virus changed in a way that made it easier to spread, though no mutation has been confirmed. But for now, health officials are trying to contain fear and virus at the same time. The public risk is low, but for exposed...
And this one here is another example of, well, people unnecessarily causing panic where they didn't have to be. Like this last one is like actually a effing joke. But yeah, here we go.
You guys want to tell me how on a boat of around 150 people, this is the only video we see?
I normally wouldn't make a video like this, but I feel like I need to say something, so I wrote a few things down.
Telling you guys right now, the words that he is reading, you could watch his eyes keep going back and forth. He's clearly reading a script. These words are not his.
I am currently on board the MV Hondius, and what's happening right now is very real for all of us here.
Sure, it's very real, y'all. We're praying for your safety.
We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people. People with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home.
This is how the media deceives you guys. They want you in your feels. They want you scared. They want you worried about what is about to come, but nothing is happening.
There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home. So if you're seeing coverage about this, just remember that there are real people behind it.
Yes, real people like Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the WHO, the WEF, the CDC, they're all fucking working together.
And that this isn't something happening somewhere far away. It's happening to us right now.
Again, more yapping to keep you guys scared and in fear.
I'll share more when I can, but for now, I just ask for your kindness and understanding. Thank you.
You gotta be absolutely retarded.
Yeah. Okay. My understanding is that Hanta virus, it's not like the flu. It's not like tuberculosis. It is not very easily transmissible. Most forms of Hanta virus usually get directly inhaled by feces from rats, obviously, and it does not spread to other people. That last video, though, you saw is just a confirmation of, because, like, I mean, the guy in the green shirt, like, he actually goes out and he shows people, like, lying on the floor of the dining room in the of the cruise ship. The only problem is that portrays a complete lack of knowledge of how Hanta works. Hanta, and I remember this because Lori Garrett in The Coming Plague actually covered an outbreak of Hanta virus in the Four Corners region of the United States. At one point, Hanta has a very, very long latent period, which is, by the way, why the first video the guy was like saying that they may not have even gotten this on the ship. Like, the couple that did this kind of went off on a little excursion of their own. They may have overnighted it in a place where there were mice of the sort, and they just happened to breathe in the fumes of these mouse droppings and got sick that way. And of course, they didn't really feel it until they got back to the ship, right? It's not one of those things where you just suddenly get sick and you just drop dead on the street, unless you're like one of those people that gets really stubborn. Again, Hanta is extremely hard to spread via just like aerosolized droplets. I gotta point out that Hanta, well, it doesn't burn out as quickly as, say, Ebola, because by the way, Ebola does not spread very easily at all. The Ebola does not, you have to actually exchange bodily fluids to get Ebola. Hanta is not as bad as Ebola. At the same time, though, it is in the same category as Ebola. Again, just like with COVID, though, it's not the actual disease itself that's the problem. It's the stupidity of the people. Like, for instance, like the guy in the green shirt. Actually, both of those people creating unnecessary fear, right? Like, Hanta is a very real virus, and yeah, it does like this particular version of the virus does spread from person to person, but it's kind of like you have to be in close contact with them for a sustained period of time. So it's not easily spread between people. the WHO, incredibly enough, actually did their jobs in this particular situation and kept the thing under control. They put everybody under medical protocol. They exercised quarantine, which is a good thing because Hanta is not something you want to be fooling around with. But like with every medical pathogen that you deal with, it's not the actual disease itself that's usually the problem. And I definitely experienced this with COVID. It's the stupidity of the people that are getting their information. I can remember specifically one time with COVID, and this one guy was convinced that if you got COVID, it was like a 100% death sentence. And he literally started getting belligerently abusive to me when I was like telling him that he was wrong. And it was like, and I had the stats to back it up because if you recall, Google directly published the stats, and like most states and provinces, at least in North America, had readily accessible information and data on COVID as it was ongoing. So the guy stupidly kept arguing with me. So I went, okay, like, there you go, bud. There's the stats immediately available on Google. And this guy, this idiot, actually told me to take my fake numbers and shove them up my ass. And it's like, these aren't the fake numbers, you stupid asshole. Like, these are the numbers directly from the CDC. I got these directly from the New York Times, which publishes them on the front page of Google. You just have to go and look. So shut the F up. That finally got him to shut up, right? Again, I got to emphasize this, but I mean, I've seen individuals go out and create a lot of unnecessary fear over a virus that does not spread very easily. And don't get me wrong, it's not like COVID. Like, if you get this disease, there's a 40, it's got a 40% virulency rate. You know, like, basically flip a coin as to whether you live or die, right? Way, way, way nastier than COVID. Luckily, doesn't spread easily. It's not the disease itself, though. It's the stupidity of the people around it. That's the cause of the problem. Got to give the WHO some credit, got to give the CDC some credit, and I got to give people who kept their heads about them and didn't try to blow this out of proportion on this particular situation. But yeah, there was a lot of human stupidity going around about this. So anyway, guys, like, yeah, we are almost at 2.5 hours now, so let's keep the comments laser. But Robert, you're up.
Well, they have said there's 3 ways of getting it as well. Animal saliva, where it can soak and dry up, but if you got wet hands and you touch that spot and it gets it activated, you can just by touching it. But, you know, they can bite through the lava or the piss, and the same thing with the droppings. You can, dry up and turn into vapors, and you can breathe in that stuff as well too, doing all 3 as well. And they didn't really say how. Okay, it could have went through delivery of packages, food and supplies and all that as well too. Them critters could have climbed up into the packages. They might not have a thing of checking the packages, make sure critters ain't in the pack crates and all that when they get on board the boat. Just like it would be a good way for that to happen as well. Just not them getting it, but it'd be put on board by doing it like that. And well, one thing they could try to help with it is like an alpine thing, like the hospitals do here in the U.S. But yeah, with all them people that have been caught with it, yeah, and well, that's it.
All right, that was quick. Okay, Roger, you're up.
Yeah. I was telling him he needed to stay on topic. He ran out of stuff to say. Robert, something else. Now, the Hanta virus. I'm really glad that you said that when it comes. Now, I don't ever say anything nice about the World Health Organization. The only thing I do have to say bad about them in this situation, though, is I should put my mic down, but the only thing I do have to say bad about them was when they first came out, they were trying to push the whole political thing on it, like because they came out on a lot of the CBC even had it on there at one point where they were trying to say that the world that because this was one of the consequences of the United States backing out of the World Health Organization and stuff like that when we had absolutely nothing to do with that. Now, that happened once, maybe twice, but it disappeared. I think somebody caught on and said, look, you need to cool that down. You know what I mean? That's the only issue I had about it. Now, it's like that last guy that was on there. That's complete bullshit. You know what I mean? And this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when it comes to listening to people on the internet. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, they're always going to come out and try to frickin' say just ridiculous bullshit. This is a very, very deadly disease, and people need to be careful about it, just like you said, Naroki, because this can kill you. If you think freaking COVID was bad, this is bad.
This is deadly serious if you get it. Like, it makes COVID look like a walk in the park.
Right. And it's just like now they're talking of the CDC and all the World Health Organization is bringing up Ebola again in Africa. And every time something like this happens, like the last ship that was at our ports here in the United States that had Ebola, that they did the same thing, you know. But it's sad that something like this has to take place before anybody actually gives notice to it, you know. And this happens all the time in Africa. Entire villages are freaking just decimated because of viruses like this. And in South America too. It happens all over the place. So I think that's it's sad that it happened, you know. And there was something else too that's been out about this, and a lot of people get it confused. And I've been hearing a lot of these soothsayers talking shit about this virus, and they're saying that before 1993, freaking that the CDC said that Hanta virus couldn't be contracted between humans. They never actually said that. People got that mixed up because before 1993, the only hantaviruses that we knew about were cause basic respiratory diseases in humans in North America or after it. But the thing of it was before that, we only knew of the variances that came from Europe, which usually caused freaking problems to your freaking kidneys and everything, you know. So that's what happened there. But in 93 in the Four Corners area here in the United States, we had an outbreak of it, and a lot of people don't know about that. But the CDC actually found out about this new strain, but they named it Sin Nombre, and you could catch that because of deer mice. Now, that was only.
Oh, that one was even more deadly than the one that was on the Hondius.
Mhm.
So that one was like, I think it was like 75 to 90% fatality on that one.
And that one right there. See, the confusion is that one you could only catch it because of the mice. It wasn't human to human contact. The reason why they started realizing that it was human to human contact was because they found out the new variant that's called the Andes virus, which is the new strand that's out that comes from Argentina and areas like that. Now, this one you can actually catch human to human, but it has to be very close contact. You know what I mean? You just can't. You can't do it because you freaking, shook somebody's hand or they coughed at you or something like that. It has to be something that's intimate and close for a long period of time. So, but it is deadly. You catch this stuff, you're dead.
It's a coin flip is what it basically comes down to.
Well, I don't know. I mean, from what I'm hearing, dude, it's a very, very dangerous coin flip.
We got 40 people here in the U.S.
So that, I mean, I wouldn't want to be gambling on it. You know what I mean? So all I can say is when it comes to this right here, don't listen to these chumps on the internet trying to tell you that it's a big conspiracy to freaking do shit. You know what I mean? Because it's not. This is something that's very seriously serious. And the guy on the ship might have been reading off of a cue card, but I mean, you think about it. If I was in his place and I was fucking scared shitless, I might need somebody to hold a cue card for me so I could do it. Try being in that person's shoes before you try to come up with some conspiracy theory.
The thing about that video is that, I mean, again, it doesn't, because I tried finding, there was a second part to that guy with the green shirt in his video, and he was like showing people like dying in, like dropping in the kitchen or the dining area of the cruise ship, and that is just not how Hanta works. Like Hanta is like unlike Ebola, Hanta is a slow burn, right?
Yeah,
That's the part
exactly.
that's really nasty about it. I mean, Ebola is like nasty, but I mean, once this latency kicks in, and it's got a very low latency period, like maybe 24 to 48 hours, but once it kicks in, you ain't going anywhere, right? Very few people actually survive Ebola once it's fully kicked in. But I mean, the thing again, the issue here isn't the virus. Like I said at the very beginning, it's not the virus itself, it's the stupidity and the predatory mentality of other people to push agendas or to make rash, irresponsible decisions and basically try to force other people to go along with those decisions that
I
are
mean,
probably more dangerous than the actual virus itself.
What I'm hearing though is like they've actually put a stop to it. It's like I said when I started, I heard it coming out of the CBC. They were real big on it. They were pushing that whole World Health Organization bullshit, and they stopped. The people I'm hearing a lot of the crazy shit coming from is from the fringe sides. Everybody's making it out like this is some huge conspiracy, and it's not.
It's not. This one is not a conspiracy. I will, just to give you another example of how stupid people can get around viruses. When there was a major Ebola outbreak around 2019, there were people in the camp that I was working in, and we were in northern Canada, and Ebola is, to my knowledge, exclusively a equatorial African situation. There are people, like, there was this one particular woman that was absolutely losing her shit over it, and was getting belligerent with the camp manager over Ebola. And I kept looking at her and I kept telling the camp manager, it's like the virus only with Ebola, it only spreads through direct exchange of bodily fluids. Like, you can't breathe it onto somebody. And this woman just kept arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing with me that no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not. And it was like, it's like the manager eventually had to break us up, because I mean, like, she was just absolutely determined to hold her position. So I literally had to go to the manager of this camp, and I had to go, here, like, this is the information I have on Ebola, ... directly from the CDC. Like, yeah, like the woman that was like losing her shit and like causing unnecessary panic with the other people in the camp over this is a serious detriment, and you need to deal with her. And apparently she did get pulled aside, and she did get a good talking to. But I mean, again, like, it's the people that are as much a problem when it comes to viruses as it is the actual virus itself. Although,
have you ever watched the movie Airplane?
You mean the one with the fake blow up dummy autopilot that got blown by the stewardess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you remember when the woman was freaking out and they freaking grabbed her and tried to calm her down, and she wouldn't calm down, so they smacked her, and then they eventually started a line, and everybody...
Yeah.
That's what needs to happen right there. Just start a line and just start smacking the shit out of them.
Yeah, I know. That particular woman, I was, so help me God, I was ready to just get up. I was like, there's just the reason why the manager actually stepped in. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, like this, like, I mean, I was ready to just go over there and fucking smack her stupid, right? Because she kept arguing, right? And it was like, I was like listening to her, and it was like, you know, it's like she's causing unnecessary stress and panic with the crew that I was working with over a virus that was never going to get into North America, right? And no matter what I said, I was wrong. And she just kept doubling down and doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. And it was like, I was like, yeah, no, I finally had to, like, the manager intervened, and I had to go to the manager, and I had to go like that. They had to like literally lay out a display, and had to go like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She's wrong. She's causing unnecessary stress and unnecessary fear. You need to deal with her. And she was dealt with. But anyway, yeah, I was going to have to keep this moving here. So let's move on to the next topic.
We would have, but you just kept running your mouth, man. It's like, whatever, dude. You're getting as bad as Robert.
Yeah.
No, you know better. Nobody is as bad as Robert.
All right. Well, here's the next cinematic chill by infraction. It's just under 2 minutes. So here we go. Topic number 5, Daily Wire. Okay, there's a fairly lengthy set of videos around this, so yeah, I'll just play them through. This will give you a little bit of a prepper. So here we go.
A conservative media giant is looking a lot less giant. What happened to the Daily Wire? You know, behind the big name polished videos, the confident headlines, there were growing signs of real trouble there. Subscribers dropping, layoffs hitting, and questions swirling about whether or not the brand has lost its core audience. Remember the exit of Candace Owens, whose departure and public criticism does appear to have taken a big part of the audience with her. That was following the October 7th attacks, which seemed to launch the network shift from what some people thought was America First to excessive warmongering. And then just days ago, reports that failing mega network has made massive layoffs. We're talking about up to 60% of employees have been fired. An absolute bloodbath, as Candace Owens rightly put it. But there is more here. Add unconfirmed but somewhat loud online speculation involving USAID, and the cracks really start to show here. But it wasn't until around the time that Doge led to the ending of USAID funding that the Daily Wire really started to plummet in viewership, because that's when things started to fall apart. Ben Shapiro's show has been in a free fall over the past year or so in terms of viewership and engagement, while voices like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens continue surging. And with this new possible revelation of funding, how much longer can the mega network sustain itself? You see, in this current era, the battle lines are not drawn between liberals and conservatives. The real battle is being fought on X and other social media platforms right now between those who are America First and those who are Israel First. And the Israel Firsters might have all the institutions and the money behind them, but as with the Daily Wire, when that dries out, so does the viewership. And after October 7th, the Daily Wire had to reveal itself. And what did it reveal? It revealed that the entire operation from top to bottom has one goal: to run cover for the Israeli government, no matter how many atrocities it commits. And people like Tucker and Candace and Alex Jones, they've shown that you don't need big institutions behind you. All you need is a little bit of...
They don't have an audience. You could argue maybe they never had an audience, and they don't even need to make money. If they run out of money, more money will be provided to them. If they don't have an audience, it doesn't matter. They will be kept afloat by outside money, because the purpose is not to have a large audience that is on board and even to create a competitive product. The purpose is to flood the zone with their kind of messaging and to say it as confidently as possible. It exists so that somebody like Ben Shapiro can LARP, can walk around with his chest puffed out like he's an authoritative figure and say the only way to be a conservative is to be pro-Israel. The only way to be a Republican is to be pro-Israel. The only thing to be is to be a pro-Israel Republican. That is what they are designed to do. You want the proof? Take a look at the Free Press with Barry Weiss. Free Press was founded by Barry Weiss about a half a decade ago, with seed funding from Peter Thiel, Andreessen Horowitz, that whole little tech network, Joe Lonsdale, very pro-Israel crowd. They never took off. They never had a huge audience. There was never a mass audience of people clamoring for more Barry Weiss. She's not famous. She's not popular. She's not respected. She's not smart. She's an idiot. What she is most well known for is when she was on Joe Rogan and said Tulsi Gabbard is an Assad toady. And Joe Rogan said, "What's that?" And she said, "I don't even know what I just said. I don't even know what that means." That's what she's famous for. Nevertheless, she got money to start this outlet. It never took off. Nobody ever read it. I don't even know if they were ever profitable. And what happened in the past year? Jewish Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, at one point second richest man in the world, acquired the Free Press through his son at CBS for $150 million. And she got a golden parachute out of her failed project. Now she's editor-in-chief of CBS. Falling upwards, failing upwards. She didn't make any money. She's not a media genius. She's not even good at what she does. She's not a media mogul. She's not smart. She's not competitive. No audience, not popular, not beloved, not profitable. And yet after years at the Free Press, she gets a $150 million acquisition, and the mother of all promotions, she's the editor-in-chief of one of the big three networks at their news bureau. And then she goes there and runs CBS into the ground. She hires a Jewish Zionist to be the anchor for the nightly news. He's the worst rated anchor in CBS history. She takes control of CBS News, worst ratings in CBS history. Is she going to get canned? Is she going to get fired? Is CBS going to go out of business? No, because CBS and CBS News and the Free Press are just one small part of a huge conglomerate. And that aspect of it does not need to be profitable. The money is fungible. And so the Jews that own everything, the Jewish billionaires that own everything in these giant conglomerates, in these asset managers that all own each other, they will just move the money around and they will keep their media operation afloat because, again, the purpose of the media outfit is not to rake in the dough. That's what the other stuff is for.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Fuentes, but I mean, in that particular case, he had a point. I got one more video to go through here. This one by Candace Owens.
It was oddly demonic, unlike anything we've ever seen. The President of the United States posting photos of my ugly mug. Why? Why? I think I look kind of cute, actually, in that photo. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would have smiled, ladies and gentlemen, if I had known that one day the Prezi was going to post it. I would have smiled a little bit, so maybe smirched in the photo like this, under that bandana. Publicly, everyone knows that also Laura Loomer has been stalking me. But I've been telling you guys, my real stalker in life is Ben Shapiro, okay? Since the day that I was fired from the Daily Wire, he has not stopped trying to bankrupt my family. It is almost comical at this point. We've learned to just laugh at it. It never goes away. We were laughing at the fact that he's just kind of allowed to pretend to be this normal public figure, but he's low-key a deranged stalker. And like he just sort of hides behind it, tries to dignify the stalking through legal filings. It's like, oh no, it's fine that we sent an intern to follow her at her event after we followed her. That was after we fired her. That was our right. It's fine if we keep just using legal abuse as a strategy. And I mean, for every little infraction, like they were monitoring my likes. Back when you could see likes on X, I was facing serious lawsuits over you liked this tweet and it was a bit disparaging to us. Stalker, just full-blown stalker vibes. It all made sense, though. It all made sense when phone calls started coming in, emails started coming in regarding the Daily Wire layoffs, which began, I am told, on Thursday, actually, continued through Friday. There's some indication they may actually be continuing through today. And it was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe, marked safe from it. Even a director on his team was fired. It was brutal. I have counted approximately 54 people who lost their jobs from top to bottom. And that's just in this wave, because this has been going on, as we all know, for a while. The writing has been on the wall for a while. It has been very strange, the worst kept secret in media, as they keep writing, having people publish these articles that just defy reality. We were having private conversations like, how long can they keep up this charade and keep pretending that this is not happening when everyone can see the numbers? We can see how the public is responding. It's very strange to just sort of live in a delusion. We knew that they had brought in private equity sometime ago in the last 2 years. I used to work in private equity in these particular types of situations, so I knew what the implications were of bringing in private equity, especially if it's a distressed debt situation. The usual term, as it was at the company that I worked at many moons ago, is 2 years. They'll inject cash into your company. They'll float you for about 2 years as you attempt to turn things around. You fire some people, you restructure a little bit, but you're kind of walking the plank, right? Maybe you fix it, but if you don't, they're gonna sell that company, and they're gonna own a huge chunk of that company that they sell. Now, I can't assert that is definitively what the deal terms were for the Daily Wire, but I can say that we're just about now over 2 years, just over 2 years removed from my firing, and the Daily Wire has obviously not turned the company around. In fact, I would say they've just kind of cranked up the crazy, almost like they were trying to catalyze their own demise. And so, yes, it was announced on Friday that the mass layoffs took place, for which they offered this excuse to Barrett Media. I think Barrett Media was among the first to report the story. It reads, quote, "Today, the Daily Wire made a difficult decision to restructure the organization, which included layoffs to a number of teams. We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. The cuts were largely concentrated at our Nashville production office as the company has invested in new formats, locations, and production models. Our footprint there has evolved. Over the last year, we have added production staff in DC, the Northeast, and Florida. This step allows us to focus our resources on an ambitious slate of new entertainment projects that are set to release this year. Additionally, we will continue to invest our editorial team in investigative journalism, where we have already added numerous new reporters across the country and established a DC bureau with a seat in the White House briefing room." That's a lot of words to really say nothing. Okay, it's not good what's happening there. Everyone feels it. People that are left certainly feel it. Okay, first they shuttered Bent Key Kids, which was obviously massive layoffs that were done. Then they quietly got rid of their sports department. That was the Crane and Company show that they were running. Now they're firing over 50 people in a span of 24 hours, and they're claiming it's just restructuring. People in DC also got fired, so it's not because they're suddenly pivoting and building in DC. So as they attempt to spin this into something else, the broader question is what actually happened to the company? How could it happen so quickly, more importantly? Because make no mistake, this is like the equivalent of Enron, right? It's a virtual overnight collapse. In 2023, they were arguably one of the most promising companies, conservative media companies, certainly in the game. They were at the top of their game. Everyone was clamoring to work with them, to do projects with them. And now we fast forward to 2026, and generally speaking, again, I'm speaking generally, everyone hates the Daily Wire, right? We just hate the Daily Wire. How is that possible? Well, there are multiple assessments that are floating around right now. Of course, many people directly associated their demise with the never ceasing war against me, which began with my unnecessarily glorious public firing, supplemented by a staggering claim that Christ is King is anti-Semitic. People were going, God will not be mocked. It's a strong start to say.
Now, when this all started, the situation was such that, I mean, it was like, and this got pointed out by Rearson when he was on the show. Rearson pointed out that it's not a strange coincidence that the Daily Wire suddenly started getting itself into deep financial trouble the moment U.S. aid got shut down. Controlled opposition. I saw I saw a couple of things very early on. Daily Wire's inability. And by the way, this is not just the Daily Wire. There's a lot of companies. I mean, one of the biggest jokes I ever saw come out of the Daily Wire was they did that when they did that show on the Red Pill. And ironically enough, we just had Candace Owens on. I actually, when they did this show on the Manosphere, and I listened to the entire thing, and I was like, 4 guys, 1 girl, and the one person who was the most knowledgeable about the Manosphere was Candace Owens. Now, don't get me wrong, Candace Owens is not a perfect human being. I suspect that she may be a little bit off base with Erica Kirk, but I mean, I haven't gotten into that. I haven't gotten into that aspect with her. Other things that the Daily Wire did is that the guy who's no longer, I can't remember what his name is, but he actually wanted to start a actual full-blown entertainment division. Now, they did come out with a couple movies. One of them I can't remember because I actually downloaded it and watched. It was actually kind of funny, but the other one didn't really go anywhere. And they brought in Brett Cooper, and Brett Cooper didn't really resound as strongly with audiences as Candace Owens did, and Brett Cooper eventually left. So, there was that, and trust me, running a media entertainment company, especially a film production company, you have to basically go big or go home. That's more or less what you got to do with a film studio. You can't just do a movie. You have to do like 10 or 12 movies. And statistically, only 1 or 2 of them are actually going to make money. And the others, there's got to be a few more that break even. Most of them are going to be money losers, right? So you can't just make a movie. You have to make multiple movies if you're going to be a small studio. And trust me, when we get into we talked about Angel Studios, and we're going to be talking about the Odyssey here. And there's a lot of ways to mess things up. Then there's that. Then, of course, and again, I don't have a dog in this fight, so I don't normally comment on the Israel-Jewish thing. But, yeah, in particular, Ben Shapiro kind of pushed that. My understanding is that he kind of pushed that really, really hard. Not overly surprised because he's an Orthodox Jew. So, kind of par for the course. They really went overboard. Then, of course, you also had the situation with Candace Owens, and you've had a few other high-profile layoffs, also bringing in private equity to bolster, which is, I suspect, what happened, to bolster up their finances after, again, allegedly U.S. aid money was being poured in for them to be, and I find this very ironic because they were like, I can remember from 2020 to 2024, there were like literally people like accusing Ben Shapiro of, and this is no word of a lie, red pill adjacent, far right adjacent, right? Even though Ben Shapiro has never really been a friend of the Manosphere in any way, right? So, yeah, they never really had an audience on the left. And when they spent a lot of money on films that really didn't go anywhere. I mean, I can't remember the name of the first one. The first one was kind of funny and it was break even, but the other one was an absolute, the other one I think was the Snow White issue, and it never even got off the ground. Right? It was, so I mean, that's a lot of money. That was probably 7 or 8 figures worth of, well, I'm going to have to say it was probably 8 figures worth of revenue and money that just basically went into a black hole. Because it's not just the actual shooting of the movie itself, it's the advertising, it's getting distributors and blah, blah, blah. And if you don't have distributors, then you have to be your own distributor. Yeah, it's a very long, complicated process, and it's very expensive. So am I surprised that the Daily Wire is in the trouble that it's in? No, I'm not. Kind of sorry to see them go. Again, this stuff about US aid was always allegedly. But even if it's allegedly, they were still taking money from US aid, which basically makes them not much more than controlled opposition, in my mind. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert.
Well, these are the guys that were making it out like they were part of the government taking money. And the movies, they were for, what you call it, themes where people were thinking that their men and kids were thinking that they're girls and they think themselves boys. They were making movies for overseas here, making comic books, a variety of things, running into billions of dollars. Okay, going into other countries, showing these movies and all that people, and Donald Trump found out about it, and he when he was doing the bookkeeping and all that, he found out that like places like this had no real purpose of needing the money, and they were just right in with too about getting grant money for they more or less was helping too with people would write out grants for past one, and then they get money from them to where they can do these movies and whatever else they would want them to do. And did not matter how bad they were going. This was going on for a good 10 to 12 years of this money. And we found out, the government found out that it was in such the amount that was being used, and as well too, if they were having money problem, and they probably try to use their company to put it on the stock market, and stock market is very high. Well, the U.S. government permitted what you call ghost shares being used, where like if you got like 30 billion in shares split, and stock market, you can make like 4,000 ghost shares up, and they'll sell them, not the real shares, but by doing so, you can bankrupt a company. Here in the U.S., it was about 12 companies that was going through that, and they had to eliminate the thing of shares for their company. They removed it from their company. They had so many problems with that. If they were doing all sorts of things like raising money for unknown reasons, and they were getting money from the U.S. government, and there was about, I don't know how many other places. It wasn't part of the government at all. The food thing, they were using the food thing to make movies to show, but then instead of them, they were shrunk down to about, here in the U.S., there's the office, they might be having like about 2,000 people working. That's it, compared to the size that it was before. And they couldn't show they could not show 1 red cent word in books. Doing bookkeeping, they couldn't show nothing of it, of where that money goes, what they spend it on, and all that. There was no sign of nothing. Like wasting all that money, and the government and Donald Trump decided, well, they can't show us where all this millions of dollars are going, and they're claiming that they're part of the U.S. government. These places were acting like they were government and they were getting grants and money and all that for all sorts of things. And they couldn't show where none of it was going at all. And it was being used for far more than other things that people might not know of. And yeah, they were doing all that. After a while, they were about to get caught one way or the other. And when it comes to the other, well, there's two sides to everything, okay? They're all saying that they're bad and all that for everything, war crimes and this and that. Well, you cannot, what you call it, antagonize a whole group of people, okay, by what a few does. If that's the case, the U.S. ain't got no right to talk, and a lot of other countries don't either, okay? Like Nazis, Russians, look at their track record in the past, what I'm referring to. So we have to remember, okay, that we don't need to go down that road. But yeah, with all that, with all the money that came up, and that woman, yeah, that does show that that it's really a mix-up situation, that is. But EBC and all that, well, someone had to see something in her, okay? For a person to be willing to stick that kind of large group of money and put her in charge of the whole process. Whoever does anyone know the process of whoever it was that did it? And well, like when it comes to all them jobs and all that, that's why people got to take better care of the situation. Follow like the Norway thing about how they do the jobs for people. Okay. But yeah, but I would like to know more about that, the process of what happened to how that woman got in charge of ABC and all that. That's a unique thing. I did not know that about
Barry Weiss. Yeah, she failed up. Barry Weiss is an actual well, I don't know if she's a full-blown leftist, but she's definitely a liberal.
What kind of liberal? Because what I'm saying is because they got different.
I know. I'm technically speaking, I'm classically liberal myself. So
yeah, but are you a liberal independence, or well, they got different things in Congress.
I mean, independent liberal is basically
that's what I'm saying.
Classical liberal, if that's considered classical liberalism.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else, Robert, or we can turn it over to Roger?
Yeah, I just gotta say one thing, that everyone does need to be watching, because if a person's willing to do that like that, who knows what else that person's willing to do.
Okay, Roger, you're up.
Well, with me, I actually thought that in the beginning, I thought Shapiro was actually doing some pretty smart things. Whenever I do my editings, I always put out 15-minute videos, and I did that because it was a smart move that he did back when he was really going good. He was on top of his game. He used to have these short clips that he'd put out where he did interviews with people, and he'd put them out so that people get a taste of what he was doing, and I thought that was pretty smooth, and he was actually doing really good. But times have changed. I mean, I get people that still watch the 15-minute videos, but not like back in the day, But that's what I got from him. I didn't like the Daily Wire either. I agree with I agree with her on that one. Nobody likes the Daily Wire. Just period. I don't think anybody really does.
Does anyone actually know what that is?
Yeah, I do.
In public, I never heard of it.
Robert's having a conversation with me in the background. So but the thing of it is it's like the deal with that is I'm just gonna stick with the idea of what everybody says. There's been no evidence yet that the Daily Mail actually received money from USAID. You know what I mean? And the reason why is because it's still up in the air. It is kind of suspicious that they are going under as bad as they are after freaking everything happened with the investigations on USAID. But until that day comes where they have evidence showing that they actually did receive it, I'm not going to say. I kind of take my I kind of take or I follow Mark Edwards' lead. Every time I get ready to say something like that, I hear Mark in my head saying, "That's conjecture, Roger." You know, so I stop myself now, and I don't know. When it comes to a lot of that, I believe that it is pretty hyped up. The last time I heard about it, I heard that it was actually groups that are affiliated in, I believe it was in Texas, I think it was, or it was some state they're starting to lay them off on. And they said that it was only like 30% in the layoffs and stuff. That was the last time I checked up on it, so I don't know for sure exactly how many of them was on there. I do find it weird, you know, that Ben Shapiro was the co-founder. Now he's just like the mouthpiece for the Daily Wire. I find that odd. His partner, I guess, is still a CEO, but they pretty much just made him a mouthpiece. And he was also affiliated with those brothers that were they were billionaire brothers that were involved in the oil industry. That was something that really stuck out to me.
Brothers?
Huh?
I think would it be the Koch brothers? I don't know if the Koch brothers are involved.
No, it was the Wilkes. They were Ferris and Dan Wilkes, I believe is what their names are. They're well, you know, I mean, freaking people who are usually in the freaking oil business. Well, the Koch brothers is a really good example. And then you have fucking Rumsfeld and all them that were all involved in it during the Bush administration. So you had a lot of shifty shit going on. That's just a little bit too freaking conservative for me. You know what I mean? I'm okay.
Don't get me started. I like I say, I live in Edmonton. The Halliburton compound, which is just south of the city of Edmonton in Atchison. 4 or 5 acres big. And here was the really, because I moved to Edmonton in 2005, which is the back end of Bush's second term. And I can recall when I was working as I was working security back then too. And there would be guys who would be working security at the Capitol building. And like there was one time we're getting off shift, and there was there's this helicopter in the air, and this guy looks at me and he goes, "You see that helicopter?" And I looked up at it and I go, "Yeah, I've seen it a couple times before." It was like a few months apart, right? He points to me and says, "Every time the helicopter comes up in the sky, Rumsfeld is here." And it was like, well, Rumsfeld's not supposed to be here. He's not supposed to have any dealings with his business operations. And of course, we all know that's just a crock of shit. Of course he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, allegedly Rumsfeld came up to Edmonton, allegedly, at least 2 or 3 times while he was vice president.
Yeah.
And the only reason he would come up here is because Halliburton has a huge investment here in Alberta, and particularly northern Alberta, with the oil sands. It's the only reason he would come up here, right? Because it was like not. Well, I mean, keep in mind, George W. Bush came up here too, less than a year after he was no longer president. So, I mean, yeah, no, that Bush administration had a very big interest in what was going on in, at least in northern Alberta, in regards to the oil and gas that was coming out of there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's with what Robert was saying too. I wanted to point something out. I don't know if he said it right, but it's he was talking about with the stock market, they have what's called freaking ghost shares or phantom stocks, and these are something that actually does actually apply because they're used a lot of times in startups, and that's what a lot of these platformers are real big on, especially when it comes to the big ones. They're real big on going in and getting startups, and that they trade money privately through these phantom stocks and shadow stocks. That's basically what he was talking about, where it's and they're not traceable. You know what I mean? It's basically like a way of employers being able to grant their employees like a specific like number of what they would call ghost units, and then these units would be tracked. They would track the prices, movements of the companies in real stocks, but they were like a pseudo ownership of the stock. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he was talking about. And they've been mentioning it a lot when it comes to media today about a lot of this stuff when it comes to USAID and a lot of the things that are being found out to be corrupt, or a lot of the investigations they're coming up with, they're finding out that this is the way they've been doing it. So that's what he was talking about. I knew exactly what he was trying to say. It's hard for him to say that stuff.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't have the same experience with podcasting that you and I do. Okay, well, is that it? Can we move on to the last topic?
There's one thing I want to say. We're going to be talking next week on Friday about freaking the stuff that's going on in Canada concerning China and these automated cars Robert was talking about, as well as the freaking the dark warehouses that are going on in China, and they're selling these cars to Canada right now, and we're going to be covering that. And if you can make it on Friday,
I think I'm working that day. You could send me the link, and remember, send me the link if you can. Send it either via Telegram or via Teams. I keep forgetting to check Elements, but I will try to remember to check Elements. Okay, Ari, is that it? Because we got one more topic to cover here.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, all right. So last musical interlude is Big Chill blog, Chillcom blog by infraction. Here we go. last part on this. Oh, we've got some fun videos on this last one here. Mostly involving Ellen Page. And I will get into why I have her. There's 3 of them here. Try not to laugh your asses off too badly, but I mean, you'll understand why I have Ellen Page here. Okay, so here we go. They're each combined. It's like less than 2 minutes between all 3 of them. So here we go.
Yeah. Forget it. It's Mr. Dipshot. Должен подпить его. Only the Hoyali.
King Xerxes offers his respect, ma'am. All he asks is that Sparta kneels a simple bow and your people will be spared.
Don't call me ma'am.
My apologies, miss. Xerxes is generous. He only wants your loyalty. Surely even a delicate thing like yourself can understand that.
I said don't fucking misgender me!
Ma'am, calm down. No need to get emotional.
It is sir!
So you might be wondering why I have Ellen Page there. Okay, well, by the way, Odyssey is not a Michael Bay picture. I just got to throw that out there almost immediately. It's not a Michael Bay, not a Michael Bay movie. Now, the whole thing, though, is that, I mean, there's just so much shit that is wrong with this movie. First of all, and I'm going to just bring this photo up right now, are the number of race swaps, including, by the way, a guy who is one who's Indian, who would definitely not have been there, and somebody from Asia, right? And of course, the Hispanics you can kind of let slide because, I mean, Greeks have an olive complexion anyway, so that you can kind of let slide. But casting Ellen of Troy as a black person, and the guy from Britain, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head. Roger, help me out here.
Oh, well,
the guy from Britain who comes on the show from time to time, the one who's like all like allegedly that type of thing. What's his name again? I can't remember. It's like the one that comes on our show.
Oh, Mark Edworthy.
Yeah, Mark Edworthy. Yeah, Edworthy allegedly. But I mean, it's like
Mark Edworthy.
Edworthy has pointed out and I specifically said, well, if you really have a lot to say about this, then come on the show today. And he said he wanted to go to bed, but it was like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 race swaps on this thing. And it's like, yeah, okay, all right. You might be able to make that work if it was a period piece about the Romans. You cannot make race swaps work with the ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks, for all of their philosophy and all of their technology and they did produce some very wise and knowledgeable and very deep spiritual people. The culture itself was very, very supremacist. Like, they would not have elevated. Like, you could kind of see Roman culture. In fact, the emperor who took over after Commodus was born in Africa, and when you look at his features, you can kind of see that maybe he had some black ancestry in him. But I mean, the Greeks, no way. Like, absolutely not. They would not have had. And I don't really care if you want to call me a fucking racist for pointing this shit out. They would not have had black people, African blacks, in positions of power. Now, Sunny Hostin, in her epic fucking stupidity on The View, literally said that, and yeah, she actually said this, that the Greeks got their culture from the Egyptians and the Africans, which is just like, yeah, she actually said that. I could feel myself getting stupider just listening to her. But then again, Sunny Hostin is a celebrity who's so fucking stupid. It says so many fucking stupid things that she actually shut down her Twitter account, because every time she said something stupid on The View, which she does a lot, she was getting absolutely fucking spit roasted on Twitter. So yeah, she shut down her Twitter account. The issue with so you got the race swaps, you've got the press doing its usual stupid stuff, but the biggest issue, allegedly, and you won't know until the movie actually comes out, is that allegedly, and there's been some rumor floating around, I don't know if it's true or not, but if they did do it, that would, especially for Christopher Nolan, it would rank as one of the stupidest fucking moves I've seen on a movie, especially for him, like from a major movie director or a studio for years, and that's putting Elliot Page, otherwise formerly known as Ellen Page. This is a photo of what she would look like if she was actually playing Helena Troy as a woman. Yeah, she was fucking hot as a woman. She, as a man, she's like pretty pathetic and puny. But there's a rumor floating around that they have him, because it's a her that transitioned, it's a she that transitioned into a he, that he is playing Achilles. You know, the part that was played by Brad Pitt the last time they did a movie about Troy. Around, then the Iliad and the Odyssey are about the return from Troy after they had defeated Troy. But yeah, also, they didn't have orchestra. And I don't know who made this decision musically for the Odyssey, but they decided that they didn't want any orchestral music for the movie, but they included rap. Yeah, I wish I was making that up, but I'm not. There's only 3 possible explanations for the level of stupidity that I'm seeing, because I mean, like, yeah, this is a Christopher Nolan movie, and I can't imagine a guy who really knows his craft like Christopher Nolan making erroneous mistakes like this. But I mean, 3 possible explanations come up. One, Christopher Nolan has his fame has gone to his head, and he's just decided that he's going to do this. 2, they've decided that they want to go for some Oscar nominations. Therefore, they have to insert they have to insert blacks into parts, even on shows that are period pieces. This was eventually, like, when the Academy made those new rules, everybody was saying, yeah, what are you going to do when it turns into a period piece? Right? Like, you're going to have to make race swaps that don't make any sense. And this is exactly what's happened. But they have to do it if they want to be considered for any type of an Oscar or any type of an award out of Hollywood, right? Or 3, the studios overruled Christopher Nolan and inserted this stuff themselves. Either way, right? Like, we're gonna find out whether the Odyssey is actually a good movie or not. Fairly quickly. When the movie comes out, like, we're going to find out whether they were actually stupid enough to have what the fuck is his name? Elliot Page playing as Achilles, whether they were stupid enough to actually do that. Because if they were stupid enough to do that, right, even if the studio keeps it under wraps, the moment the movie hits the theaters, people are going to find out. Also, and this is something else that I just kind of have to throw in here right at the tail end of this, He-Man is also coming out fairly soon. Now, here's the thing, right? He-Man is a cartoon series from the 80s. Right, there's a character in there called Man-at-Arms. He wasn't a major character. He was a secondary, support cast. But he was basically a white guy with a red... Funny how they always keep doing it to the redheads, right? He was a redheaded guy with a mustache. And he was the head of the guard, I think, of the royal guards of the kingdom that He-Man was protecting. He was a white guy, right? In the movie, he is a black guy. Nobody really seems to give a shit because he's not a major character, and it's not like we're dealing with the Iliad and the Odyssey here. We're talking about a TV show from the 80s. Nobody really seems to give a shit that they race swapped. Although, curiously enough, they did it to another redhead. Gotta point that out, though. Nobody gives a shit that they did a race swap with a secondary character from a cartoon series from the 80s. But, and I think you're going to love this, the mainstream media and the woke media are trying to do everything in their power to try to goad guys like Nerdrotic and Ryan Kimmel, and Critical Drinker. They're trying to goad them into some type of a reaction over this character. And it's like, they're like looking at him and going, it's like, look, we know what you're doing. He's not a major character. We don't care. Right? But they keep acting like it's like, oh, well, the Chuds are really angry because Man-at-Arms is black and people and all the Chuds are getting really pissed off. And it's like, well, no, nobody gives a shit. Like, literally, nobody fucking cares. Right? But they keep acting like they do. So, yeah, you're like, Christopher Nolan is usually a guy who knows what he's doing. So I am going to have to assume that this did not come from Christopher Nolan. Yeah, Krusty Cracker Sniffer. Hold on a second here. We got a troll. Yeah. So yeah, you're not. Again, get woke, go broke. And I'm going to go back to a recovery situation here, right? When you're in a situation with, and I've seen there is a group of people that will continue to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results, right? And those are addicts. Hollywood is doing the exact same thing, right? At some point, the money's going to run out. At some point, the goodwill is going to run out. And at some point, right, like when it's gotten to the point where the studios are overriding Christopher Nolan's decisions, and this is Christopher Nolan, by the way, when they're overriding Christopher Nolan's movie decisions and forcing diversity into a period piece, and even worse, forcing a gender swap on a character. Because, by the way, this is not the first time that there's been a swap on Achilles. BBC did a full-blown race swap on Achilles a few years earlier. Tried to make him out to be a black man. And again, right, the ancient Greek culture was very Greek supremacist. They would not have allowed a black man to have gotten into a position of power like Achilles had, right? So if they did it, we'll find out. Where Elliot Page is on this, who knows? I'm hoping that it's not, that they don't have him in there as Achilles, because if they have him in there as Achilles, man, this movie is going to tank so badly. It's probably going to tank. I mean, even with Christopher Nolan at the helm, I have to point out something. Even Spielberg has made a couple of flops. West Side Story, 1941, right? Like even Nolan has, the Tenet didn't do particularly well either. Keep in mind though, Tenet came out during COVID, right? So that really you can't fault, because even the best directors will still make the occasional bad movie. So with that, I am finished my rant, and hopefully Robert will just get to the point really quickly here, so we can get out of here before we hit 4 hours.
Okay. Well, for what you just showed of the things, I got some bad news for you. They're not from movie industry. Remember that money I was telling you about? That's where it's coming from, where they're making these type of movies that they took and gave money over to foreign places to manufacturing movies, games, and doing all sorts of things like that. And it was magazines and all. And that person, that one guy up in the corner, he don't that's the type of movies that they want to make. Yeah. It's
Elliot Page, yeah.
Yeah. Look at him, okay. He ain't got the body enough to for a real movie theater company.
Yeah, he's not an action actor at all.
But that's my point. Where they got the money from is from where places giving this money out to places like that for, like you said about operations for sex operations. They've been doing all sorts of stuff like that. Okay. Wide variety for boys, girls. In the U.S., they had to put the stop to about children even being done too. Because they said that it's more mentally harmed than what it is anything else. But that kind of money, that's why Donald Trump had to stop wide variety of uses of different things because it was running into billions of dollars and nothing to show for it. And to me, when you make movies like this, okay, me as a person, I find that insulting because we, the U.S., don't like people trying to manipulate the way our country is supposed to run. And when people sit there and make movies like this, try to what you call it, take the young people and make them think a certain way that this way is wrong and this way is right, that's not always the best thing. You know, to me, I think that's got to be their choice, what they want, okay? But even then, at a young age, they need to wait until they're an adult really to make a sound thing of what they want in life with everything that's going on. Because, like, for what they're talking about on there, it leads to more problems than it solves. Because for what I've seen, there ain't no real company, and for anyone to sit and be willing to put that kind of money, waste that money when there's far more important things to use that money on. Okay, there's people that looks like that could use that money, like skin and bones. You figure out what better way of using it for that than, I mean, to me, you're ruining a good movie on top of it. When people goes to that point, what is the point of making movies where a person's going to get the crap beat out of them because they're like skin and bones, okay? And you're going to have to. What is that? What are you trying to? What are you trying to say? In when people make some movies, okay, that you're small, you're scrawny, and all that, so you're going to die. And when you see in a guy sticking a knife like that, if you try to knock them into a hole and nothing happens, and this woman smiling with a big grin on her face, I don't know about that. But for all the things of the same sex and all that, to me that's what it sounds the way they're doing it. They're doing the thing of same sex or if you're a boy or girl, if you want to be a guy, they got a wide variety of things. I can't quite put it in the correct way, but it follows that thing of all that's rolled into one, and to me, it's a bad feeling. Okay, because when people start doing that, where does it end? Where, but yeah. What other? Because for all the movies and all that, and what company is it that's going to be making these movies? Okay, these places, because that's a curious thing, because that's where, if you can always find out, where they get their money from. Because like that newspaper place, they're probably affiliated with this as well too. Because what better way? Because you got to have writers, people that's willing to put these ads in and all that. And if you got other places and all that, these movies are supposed to be shipped all over the world and all that, as they were talking about. And it said, how is it for all that money? And we're talking, they got, as Donald Trump said, some of these places that's got like over $30 billion sitting in their pocket. So if they're smart, they can make that money stretch to make whatever movie, cartoons, whatever else they want. But that's what this reminds me of is it's not a movie theater that's being, it's a privately owned part where they got that money from the government. Okay, because there ain't no way a legit place is going to ever make a movie like that. No, there's just no way movie company would do that. Because they will, anyone that sees it will just not spend their money. To see a person that looks as sick as a dog, I mean, there's just no way. I'm done.
Okay, Roger, take us out.
Oh, before you go further, I want to point out that that is an AI, Robert. Just so you know, like he doesn't really look that sick. So just to let you know, okay. But the thing of it with me is the best way I can say it is, first of all, Hollywood and politics have always been hand in hand. Propaganda has always been pushed through freaking television or the movie theaters to try to sway people's opinion. And that's what's going on here. It doesn't even matter if US aid is available now, okay? Because there's been so many freaking deep freaking rooted connections between Hollywood and Washington, D.C. It's pathetic. Back whenever the 70s were going on, we were watching cartoons where they were pushing freaking nuclear energy, and NASA was paying money into freaking cartoons and shit and stuff like that. So there was a lot of that going on, you know. You're gonna find that, and we'll probably see more of that as time goes on. It just depends on what the going trend is for the moment. You know, they'll switch it around to something else once that becomes popular, according to politics. You know, the thing that really gets me about the whole history thing, I don't even like getting involved with talking to you people on the internet when it comes to history, because I really do love history and you know, folklore too, like the Iliads, stuff like that. And whenever it comes to discussing that, instead of going the whole race baiting kind of thing, I just encourage people, you know, go and learn what history is. Learn about your culture. You hear all these idiots in England talking about they're trying to take our culture, and they don't know a damn thing about what the hell their culture is. They live 15 miles from a freaking monolith. They've never visited it. You know what I mean? I couldn't tell you how many people I know from freaking England that says that bullshit, and they don't even freaking know. They've never been to freaking any kind of freaking heritage site that has their culture, has their heritage whatsoever. But then whenever freaking they want to prove some kind of political point, they always talk about they're trying to steal our freaking heritage. What is your heritage? Why don't you tell me what your heritage is? They can't say a word. They don't know nothing about it. It's just a word to them, you know? So the best way I can actually say something constructive to people like that is pick up a book and read your history. And, you know, don't become a conspiracy theorist about that shit, because I know people about that too. Like, they'll read something that they don't like, and all of a sudden, you know, oh, those archaeologists, they're covering it up. They're just denying the truth. That's a load of shit. You know, these people freaking they work methodically, inch by inch, with a brush so that they can read a stone freaking tablet. You know what I'm saying? They pick little pieces of freaking everything up and put it together, and then they freaking decipher it. Okay, that's people who freaking actually care about what they're doing. So kind of get that shit out of your mind, you know. And I blame a lot of that on freaking mental illness too. You know, we live in a world where we want freaking what we believe to be true proven, and when it's not proven, we get angry about it and we lash out. Everybody does it, but you also have another part in your brain that can say, "Look, you need to squash that," you know, because that's not healthy for you at all. And I don't care about anybody else. It's not healthy for me or anybody else to think like that. So the best thing to do is just kind of keep a clear and sober mind about this stuff, you know, because it's very important. Now, when it does come to that region, I do want to say something historically that everybody keeps forgetting. And I've gotten in arguments with people about the freaking invention of the will, okay, because of this. But this one fact that people need to remember is the freaking Arab invasion. That's what changed everything in the Middle East. Okay? If you do the research, you'll find out that's why you have a lot of the darker skinned people up in areas like freaking Turkey, in freaking Libya, in even the northern part of Iraq. It's because after the freaking Arab invasion, that's when it started happening, where the skin colors changed. But most of that was actually Aryan territory, white skinned people.
Yeah. I mean, the Romans kind of had blacks in Europe, but most of them were either were soldiers from Africa or slaves or gladiators.
Now,
There was definitely no black nobility in the
when
Roman Empire.
when it comes to Rome, that's a different story because they had Sicily, and Rome was well known for their associations with Sicilians, and Sicilians traveled all the time to Egypt. They were all into that. So there could, and there's a lot of people that say that there are strains of African American or African in the Sicilians.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that at all.
You know,
Not with
but
the Sicilians, absolutely.
you know, so Rome is a little bit different than Greece. So just there are there's different aspects to everything when it comes to all that. So, but like I said, you know, take time to read history, and I'm saying this to the people whoever is listening because it's very important. Know what your heritage is. If you're saying that they're trying to steal your freaking traditions and your heritage and your way of life, you need to know what the hell you're talking about, you know. Going down to the freaking corner and buying a freaking cheeseburger isn't your freaking way of life. It's not your tradition or your heritage. It's just you freaking living a fat, slobby life with greasy freaking hamburgers.
Watch it, buddy. I like hamburgers.
But I mean that's all I can really say about it. And you know, all of this stuff in Hollywood, that's entertainment. Yeah, that's all it is. It's entertainment. These actors are paid liars. Okay, literally, that's what they do all the time.
They're paid to pretend. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't take that stuff serious. I even have to tell Robert that all the time because he'll watch movies and he'll start thinking that it's real, and I'm like, Robert, it's just a movie, you know. So, and a lot of people do that. So keep that in mind. And that's all I gotta say.
All right. We went over 4 hours, just over 4 hours. Not the longest show I've ever done, but it's definitely either the second or the third longest.
You always go over 4 hours in a row.
No, I never go. I hardly ever go over 4. I go over 3 frequently. I very rarely go over 4. I think I've gone over 4 hours on 2 shows before this. But anyway, that is it for tonight.
April the 9th, you went 4 hours and 3 minutes. February the 12th, you went 4 hours and 3 minutes. And on September the 13th, you went 4 hours and 20 minutes. August the 25th, you went 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, that's five. That's one show in 12. That's one show in 12, but one show in 15. So yeah, it's a bit of a rarity.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully the next one won't be quite so long. Thanks for everybody. Upcoming, we're going to be talking about Keir Starmer and CTV used government funds to do a hit piece on conservative media here in Canada. Those will be two topics that we'll be discussing at 493. Keep in mind, some point, I'm guessing in mid-July, we will be at episode number 500. Hopefully that will be a bit of a celebration when we get to that one. So anyway, we're gonna since Roger was the last person to speak, Red Pill After Dark will be the closing music. I will see all of you on the next one. Keep in mind, dude, you might see one, possibly even two Naroki 5 live streams over the next few days as well. But that is it, everybody. Thank you very much for listening. And we will talk to you, tentatively speaking, because I'm going to try to keep to a schedule here. The next one I will tentatively schedule for May the 26th. All right. So that will be the next show. All right. So here we go. Red Pill After Dark. Right after I get a couple of new logos that got made. There we go. Red Pill After Dark. And this will be it for tonight. Thank you very much for listening, everybody.
Okay.
Midnight feeds still glowing. Boys, you listening? We're just pretending. Petitions rising in the frozen west. Cold fire under Alberta's chest. Maps don't move, but the people do. Power hums when the silence breaks through. Minneapolis burning around the edges. Not the players, just the ones near the ledges. Warnings whisper through polished teeth. Order talks when chaos breathes. Screens light up, the story bends. Truth wears makeup, depends who's friend. Welcome to the Hangout, baby, stay awake. Every headline's wearing lipstick and fake. I purr the news like the slow draw sin. Leaning close. the game character wakes up wrong. Accidentally says what you're not supposed to say. Icons aren't chosen. They slip. Greenland echoes through European halls. Lots of noise, no footsteps at all. Welcome to the Hangout, boys behave. I don't sell noise, I'll sell the waves. Watch the world through a smoky lens. No heroes here, just how it ends. Red Pill Nation, lights down low. I don't tell you what to think, I'll let you know. Same time next episode. Don't forget who read it to you.
Hi, this is Naroki5. I am going to be doing this until I die or I find something better to do. So please help me achieve this personal and, I think, noble objective by contributing to my Patreon or Subscribestar. Link is down below. Every little bit helps. Thank you very much.
That's it. Have a good night, folks. Tentatively for the 26th. Thank you very much.